Hello, everybody. It's Friday night. Welcome to the pub. Yep, just breaking news going on right now. Another plane crash has occurred here in the U.S. This one has happened in Philadelphia. It appears a plane has crashed into a suburban urban neighborhood in Philadelphia. Preliminary reports say that it is a Learjet, possibly single engine, and possibly that the plane may have been on fire when it struck the ground. So everything's coming in right now. Breaking news. So, yeah, doesn't look good. As Eastwind points out, it's a medical flight. It was a Learjet ambulance. Yeah, it's not good. I'm sure nobody on the plane survived. And if anyone was in any of those houses that it impacted, I believe their fate would probably be the same, sadly. So, yeah. People might say, like, what's going on here? This is two in such a short period of days. I guess it's just coincidence, man. I don't know. But it's tragic, that's for sure. I'm certainly not going to get into anything else regarding that, but other than it's just a tragedy. It's sad. And it sounds like a medical thing. Person was probably, obviously, if they're in a plane for medical transport, in pretty serious condition. So just sucks. Rest in peace. I hope they didn't feel any pain. Unfortunately, you just never know. A lot of things going on this week. Yeah, another bigger air disaster, obviously, in Washington, D.C. We'll get into that, discuss that a bit tonight. President Trump has hit the ground running in his presidency with appointments and executive orders. Definitely want to cover a bunch of that tonight. Sound okay, man? Yes, right on. So yeah, we're jamming. We got a lot going on here. Yeah, Eastwind. I'm hearing a lot of stuff like that. It looks like some kind of like townhouses is what I would call them, attached housing. Double level. I know it's chaotic down there right now. So it's hell on earth for sure for these first responders trying to get there and contain this thing. It appears to be North Philadelphia. Calvert Street, Rupert Street. Calvary Memorial Church is right in the area. Assad's Hot Chicken is right near there. These are just landmarks nearby. Yeah, I take back suburban. It's definitely urban. So, yeah. Pretty shocking thing to have happen on a Saturday night for some people that were probably just chilling in their house. Open air mall, okay. I suppose that's possible, yeah. That's the area I just described is right in that zone. Yeah, a cup of tea. I knew you'd pick that up. Well, not you, but somebody. And of course, you. But welcome, cup of tea. Last Dance, Eastwind Farms. I see RW in the green room. I hope you guys are well. It's an odd Friday night. We do this once in a while. My friend is coming over tomorrow for the night. And yeah, it's either tonight or no night, So that's that. That's how it goes. I know, buddy. but every once in a while it's going to happen. Probably every 4, 5, 6 weeks, I'll do a Friday night one. Just have to do it because, like I said, it's either no pub or a Friday night pub. So Friday night it is. Shall I light this bad boy up? Sure. It's just a unassuming smoke. I get this thing rolling here pretty soon. Last Dance, are you feeling it? All right, man. All right, RW. Back online. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Enjoying the week. Got some rain today, washing away all that salt that I'm so sick of seeing.
Mm-hmm. Same here. Tons of rain today.
Yeah.
And it looks like our buddy is okay. I just see that he popped something on the Discord, so he's all right.
All right. I was thinking of him.
Of course. What had you heard about this prior to the start of the pub?
No.
Wow. Yeah. Just happened probably 30 minutes ago.
Wow.
And yeah, Learjet ambulance.
Yeah, Lear jets don't crash well because they have to they travel faster than propeller planes, for the most part, unless you happen to have a P-51 Mustang. So yeah, they often don't have any survivors from a small jet crash, whereas you might from a small propeller plane crash, depending on how it is.
I know bigger commercial airlines have a gliding capability. Do Learjets, can they glide at all?
Every plane can glide when it loses power. It just has to maintain. It has to somehow be able to maintain its a certain speed, which means it has to, tilt down a little bit, point downward, and keep that speed up above its stall speed.
Sure. Yeah, I know I've heard of cases where guys have miscalculated fuel in commercial airlines and they've had to glide quite a distance over water, one in particular. Yes. And they had one shot at it. It's like a giant mathematical equation of how their descent had to be absolutely perfect. Obviously, there's no takeoff. You gotta
right. No go arounds. That was, that was probably a factor in the Jeju crash in Korea. And, we don't really know all that happened, but it looks like they did not have power. At some point. They lost both their engines, and the pilots knew they wouldn't be able to get another shot. They wouldn't be able to go around if they weren't lined up properly. So you're facing that situation. You got to make the runway, and you actually have plenty of altitude and velocity. But if you go too long before you turn in to go for the runway, there's a chance you'll come up short. And if you come up short, you're just going to come up short.
Of course.
If you're going too long, you can kind of adjust. So they probably, it looks like they made the turn to land, too soon. And so when they ended up landing, they had too much velocity.
This is the one that hit the wall.
This is the one that hit the wall. It hit the wall at what would normally be they hit the wall at what would be close to its normal landing speed of about 140 knots, because they probably landed, hit the runway at about 200 knots. So, we'll see, of course. There's some people that looked at the video and said it looked like one of the engines at least was running.
On the ground?
Yeah, when there's that video, you could see it landing,
Hmm.
and someone looked at it and said it looks. You can sometimes tell with the right angle. You'll see the heat coming out of the back. It kind of changes the index of refraction. It kind of looks like waves,
Yep.
behind a jet engine. So I think some people thought that it was running. Um, I don't think either engine was producing enough thrust, any significant thrust. Um, I think they were both broken, basically. So,
Crazy.
but we'll have to see. There's some inconsistencies. It looks like the right engine's thrust reverser deployed,
Hmm.
but without without hydraulic power, the thrust reversers are not deployable.
Wow.
So it just doesn't. There's some inconsistencies that are can't be explained. That it'll take further investigation by you know, looking at the black boxes. Well, actually, that won't help because unfortunately, the power went off, and the black boxes lost power.
Oh, they should have independent power.
Yeah, this is the 737 is an old design.
Hmm.
It dates from the 60s, and so
Sure. Yep.
I think the newer designs, the black boxes have their own backup power for each black box.
You would
But
think with technology the way it is now, and it's just a recording device, you could have a lithium battery that would power that thing indefinitely. Especially if it could be recharged when through the plane, like alternator or something like that. Like
yeah,
just here we go. Just in, we've got some ring camera footage of the plane crash in Philadelphia.
oh, okay.
Jesus,
Holy cow, that plane is on fire.
God Almighty! One more time.
I take it back. I
Oh my
can't tell
God!
if it's on fire or those are the lights.
I think it was on fire.
I suspect it was. It certainly was completely out of control.
Let's see here. If I go to right about here, God Almighty! Look at that flash.
Yeah, that's the
Where is it?
fuel detonating.
There it is. I can't zoom in on that for some reason.
Well, even
Maybe if
that
I do
image,
this.
it doesn't look like lights. It looks like it's too bright,
It's
too
and
much light on it. It looks like it's got to be a fire.
it's oblong, sort of like the wind is pushing it.
Yeah,
Jesus, terrible.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah.
that is interesting. It's very rare to have fires, the plane on fire before it crashes.
Everyone always says Lear jet, so I'm assuming Lear doesn't make anything but jets.
That's right.
Okay, so we know 100% it's a jet.
Yeah.
Um, Single engine? I have not. I don't know.
I think they only make twin engine
Yeah,
jets.
I'm thinking I've never seen a single engine Lear jet. It's always doubles, either two
Yeah.
on the tail, right?
I think it's only two on the tail, but
Okay. Yes, I know that. East wind. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this guy on here. What's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, can we share that back chat bottom link? I am Donnie Azoff.
What's this one?
It's another angle of that same crash, higher quality.
oh, closer.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a fatality. Everybody on board is
Oh, hell
is
yes.
a goner.
Engine, I mean, the fire like that would be the engine failure, right? Like they hit a bird.
I mean, a fire would be a fuel leak. For some reason, even when the engine,
now.
well, even when there's a fire in the engine, it isn't that bright. So that's basically the whole airplane on fire that I saw.
I'm going to
Okay.
show you this one in 25% speed. And this one actually shows that it is not on fire.
Oh,
Really?
okay.
Okay, so here we go in slow motion. I didn't see fire there.
I don't see
Yep.
the plane at all.
It's just the last second.
I mean,
There's
it's
a-
just the little
There's a
light.
small
So,
flame behind it. I thought it was better quality when I saw it.
This is it right here.
okay. I thought,
That light. That's
Okay.
just to the left of the street light.
There are 4 lights. Sorry, wrong time. I know. Terrible.
Yeah, but impossible to say.
yeah, you're right. From that perspective, there's no evidence it was on fire. From the other
If you sh-
perspective, I can't believe it wasn't. I can't believe it wasn't on fire.
Allahu Akbar, what the hell?
That doesn't help.
What the hell?
Can
Somebody
you play one more
Akbar?
time from the beginning? Yeah. Can you play one more time from the beginning and listen to the speed of the jet?
He might have been actually Arabic. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
he's saying. He's
why would
basically
you
saying,
say
"Oh my
God
God."
is great when somebody dies? Maybe that is what you say. I don't know.
I don't know either. What the hell did
Yeah,
I do
it's-
here?
It's a tradition for sure. Just if you play just from the very beginning with regular speed, you can hear the sound as it hits the ground, and to me, it sounds like it's going faster than Mach 1, but that's not possible.
What the hell? Allahu Akbar.
Well,
Is that
I don't
bad?
know.
What the hell?
Because there would be a boom,
What the
like a
hell?
sound boom.
If
What the hell?
well, if it exceeded the speed of sound, there would be a sonic boom. But that boom is the crash.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Jesus.
That sucks, man.
That sounds like the engines are running,
Yeah.
and it's pretty close to the camera, I guess.
There was a Drone Tech will be on hopefully later. He did a video recently where he said that Trump stated, in my opinion, putting his foot in his mouth, that the plane crash wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for DEI hires.
He did say that.
I
He
think
did
that
seem
that
to
is,
say that, which is
it's not fair. I don't think it's
which
fair.
is asinine.
I mean, if it comes out that that's true, that's one thing, but to speculate something like that, I think is not very fair.
Well, interestingly,
We're covering it, Paca. We just
showed it. There
Yeah.
was one air traffic controller, and there was supposed to be 2.
Yeah, and I think it's possible that having more air traffic controllers might have helped, but this is clearly first of all, it's having these planes and these helicopters cross this traffic at low altitude is a risky policy that is just stupid, and that they will stop it because stupid shit. You keep doing it until there's a disaster, and then you don't do it anymore, which is infuriating.
Are you saying that in your mind it's more a civilian or the plane error than the military error?
No, it'll be 100% helicopter pilot error.
Oh yeah, in my mind, 100% it's military.
But it also is a policy that they allow these helicopters to cross the Potomac, to make a dash across the Potomac between flights that are landing and taking off.
Mhm.
Right.
And they give them visual separation rules, which it's hard enough during the daytime. At nighttime, what does it mean to be visually separated? The only thing you could see is the aircraft's lights, right? Because it's nighttime, you can't see the aircraft.
Did
So
you
you're
see the video I
they're
put on the
traveling fast.
Discord from the person in the airplane filming across the Potomac towards the helicopters that are also flying?
I've
no.
not seen that.
Yeah, that's only from 6 days ago. And I think these people were on the plane and were like, whoa, helicopters, look how close they are. And they just filmed. Now, yeah, I think it's nighttime. The helicopter pilots have night vision goggles on, which takes a lot of perspective and distance. It makes everything very flat. Obviously,
Right.
you kind of have 2 colors. You don't see any shadows.
or peripherals.
Yeah, and two things they're saying that the pilots may have actually been looking at another plane.
The helicopter pilots were
Helicopter pilots.
either they were lying when they said they had the traffic in sight, or they identified another airplane that was
Yeah.
So you
that
heard
was
chatter?
right behind it.
You heard the chatter of the flights before the impact?
No, what? No,
You're
I
saying
heard I heard the ATC,
Yeah, you
the
can
air
get
traffic
that.
control calls for the flight,
Mhm.
and the air traffic controller does the right thing. He even double checks because he could see, that things, the helicopter's getting closer, and he says, "You have them in sight." Pat, I forget what it was. Pat something or other was the name of the helicopter, the Black Hawk, and he said, "Have them in sight." Yes.
PAT is priority something transport. It's a higher.
Right.
And also, if you listen to that right before the impact, you can hear it appears to be a woman's voice who says, "Oh God, oh."
Oh, that was the air traffic control in the air traffic control tower when the air traffic controller is making the call. In the background, they've just seen the collision and the explosion, and that's
Okay,
what they're
so
reacting to.
okay, so it's somebody else in the tower.
Somebody
Visually.
else in the tower, right?
It
Yeah.
seems that they've released information for who was on the Learjet, but they have not released information for who was on the helicopter. Is that correct?
Wait, we're talking about two things here. The Learjet is tonight.
Yes.
The helicopter impact.
What was the plane? Yes, a couple days ago. With the helicopter.
That was the Army helicopter. They have not released the names of the crew yet.
What is it? Normal military standard to have a longer delay for the military personnel than civilian?
I don't know exactly. I don't. It may be that because the bodies have yet to be recovered from the helicopter. I don't know if they've been recovered or not. But if they haven't, they may. I don't know what the protocol is. Maybe they don't declare them dead officially until they've. I don't know what the protocol is.
And now one of the families just came out and requested that their person who was in the helicopter be left anonymous.
Okay.
Is that allowed?
I suspect it is allowed. Good luck, because people, not just the family, but the friends and so forth and colleagues will all know who died.
Right.
So good luck keeping that a secret.
Mm.
But yeah, and also because frankly, the pilots of the helicopter or pilot, he's going to be blamed.
Right.
And it's very likely that he's going to almost all the cause will fall into that pilot's lap.
Does the military get sued for that action then?
I mean, yeah, everybody can get sued.
I don't know though. A civil lawsuit for involving a commercial airline, I feel like that's impossible.
The airline could go after the military though.
I don't know. The government has sovereign immunity, so I don't know exactly how that works.
Immunity. Bastards.
Yeah, I know. But I'm not sure that extends to everything, like negligence. I really don't know. It's tough to sue the government, but
I'm just checking
much easier.
Video real quick.
Much easier to sue American Airlines, but I don't think they will have done. As far as I could tell, that flight did nothing wrong at all.
Right, just following a takeoff trajectory.
They were in the right vector.
They
were they doing dual vectoring that night?
What does that mean?
Two planes flying in to land almost simultaneously?
No, they don't. I don't think so. They don't. I don't think they have. I mean, they do. they don't have parallel runways. They do have intersecting runways.
Mm.
But there were two options. There were two runways you could optionally land on. Runway, I think runway 1 and runway 33 left, I think. And so some planes were landing on 1 and other planes were this one, the accident airplane, was landing on 33 left.
Right. That's not really dual vectoring, but it's like halfway there because they are increasing the volume of landings by using 2 runways, but
Right.
they're not doing it simultaneously like they do at Logan. You'll have one plane comes in a little lower, and then maybe 12 seconds behind it, a little higher, is the second plane, and they almost land simultaneously. It's really wild.
They near where I live at BWI, they do they don't have parallel runway. They have they have commercial parallel runway, and then the other runway that's parallel is for smaller planes. It's much shorter. But they have intersecting runways, and typically they do takeoffs from one runway and landings on the other. And that way, as soon as the plane crosses the intersecting runway, the other runway is open for takeoff or landing, as the case may be.
And this is why these people who control the airplanes need to be on their game. Because it's crazy the amount of crossing and
I mean, here's what you could have hoped for different from air traffic control. You could have hoped that they would have told either the helicopter pilot or the American Airlines pilot that a collision was in the works and to break off their formations and deviate.
Right.
And that never happened.
100%.
But
like a collision course on a ship, you can see. I mean, it's slow motion on a ship, but it's the same fucking principle in a plane.
Yeah, I mean, technically the air traffic controller did the right thing. The extra thing you would have liked to have been able to do is to see what was transpiring and what was about to happen and do something to fix it.
The point of no return for a boat crash must be quite a surreal experience. Just sitting on the bow and being like, yeah, we're hitting that shit. Embrace.
Oh, you mean like the bridge? Like you just...
Yeah, like a situation where the captain knows that they're already past the point of return.
You're moving slowly, but you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, dude, that's got to be quite a ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's unnerving on a small boat. I can't imagine on a big boat.
But, have you ever hit anything while you were in a boat, Steve? Me and Dad were in his fiberglass Sea Ray, and we were up under a bridge fishing, and the current just came and pushed us into the side, and it literally bowed in like a foot and a half, and then popped right back out. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, you mean is fiberglass or aluminum? Yeah. The whole boat bowed in and then bounced
hit
back.
The front left side, and it just dented it in and then pushed it right back out. I thought that thing was done.
That's a good boat, man. Hang on to that thing.
That's already someone else's toy now. I was just curious if you've been in a boat ever that impacted anything like.
Yes, I have.
You're willing to share?
Couple boulders here and there, a couple docks,
Couple dogs.
Docks.
Okay.
Dachshunds?
The shit you have to learn to become to be a boat guy. You gotta, as long as you don't sink the thing, an impact here and there isn't the end of the world.
No, and that's just sport.
Exactly.
I saw there's a couple of the YouTube channels I follow on aviation. One of them had an incident from the night before the crash, 24 hours before. Another Army helicopter, PAT 11, Priority Air Transport 11, was doing the same route and was involved, got within close enough to trigger the collision avoidance systems on the aircraft for 3 different planes.
Jesus.
And now it's not that uncommon to get too close during landings. But I don't know. I don't think you want that to happen at night because you can't see shit.
Mm.
And so I think I just think it was just bad, mostly bad policies. I tell you, looking at this aircraft, this Pat 11, I thought he was kind of playing a little game there, trying to get close to the aircraft, like a kind of like a game of chicken. Because he would, every time he got close to an aircraft, he would move up a little, like 100 or 200 feet in altitude.
What are you talking about specifically?
This is from the night before the crash.
The
Huh.
DC crash.
Yeah.
Wow.
This gets to the point. Was this a unique incident, or are helicopters and airplanes, were they constantly getting into conflict along that route? And I think the answer is they were constantly getting into conflict along that route. And
So you've seen footage 24 hours previous showing like helicopters getting close to commercial or
Yes.
army helicopters. Right.
yes,
Hey, Welshie.
Good evening, all.
Hello.
Do you guys read the comment sections on X for these disasters? I read a few, but the conspiracy theory concepts are just, I can't even read them. Like, it's just like, no, stop.
So what conspiracy things are they saying?
I mean, the aspect of the impact, like who was on the plane. I don't even want to get into it. Just they're very creative. You know,
Yeah.
it's just, sometimes
Were
I think
they-
people
the
need to stay off the
Were
internet
they
for a
ice
while.
skaters, weren't they? Were they ice
It's my
skaters and
understanding.
stuff?
there were some ice skaters. Yeah, there were.
I mean, was there any high profile on there or not that we know of?
Not particularly. Like the ice skaters were the highest profile.
No, yeah, well, that's nothing, is it? It's not like those was it the M350 one, that Malaysian one that had loads of chip specialists on board, wasn't it?
MH370.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they had like a lot of VIPs on board.
I hadn't heard that.
I'm not
Yeah.
aware of any of that stuff either.
Loads of KGB on the plane.
Oh, wow. Topple putting some gruesome pictures up on the Discord.
Thanks, Topple.
What was it? You know, without going into great detail, what was it? Ukraine or something?
No, pictures from Philly of like a foot inside a boot.
Yeah.
30 minutes,
On the ground.
45 minutes ago.
You broke
Yeah,
up
look at
then.
that.
Philadelphia. What is it? A what?
Learjet
that's-
impacted the ground with medical transport.
Oh, right. So there's photos of the impact. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty gruesome, but
Yeah.
nothing that's we're not
Hey,
used
it's
Like-
Philly. That foot could have been there for days.
to.
Yeah, it's just on fire. That's the only difference.
Exactly.
That's
I
terrible.
mean, you're live league veterans. It means nothing to you, lot.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be
Fucking
bodies in it,
hell.
right? It would just be fire. It would just be destruction.
What do you mean there wouldn't be bodies?
I mean, the speed of the impact and fire and stuff. Like, how does that work out?
I mean, we don't know what the speed of the impact was. It looked pretty fast, but I think you would, it would be fast enough to.
There's been a couple of crash landings recently, isn't there? There was one in like Kazakhstan or somewhere where the plane broke up on landing. And
The goat got in the wheel well.
No, the goat was flying.
That's a DEI
Yeah.
hire right there.
Talk about autopilot.
about a third of the people survived, and they survived because they were in the tail section because it broke up in three, and I think they avoided the wings and the fuel.
I'm all about
And-
those cheap seats, man.
The funny thing, you did actually see survivors getting like sort of pulled away with like broken ankles and stuff.
They gave
Yeah.
him free yogurt, right?
Yeah, I saw that video. That's the one we were talking about before, right? Was that the Korea one?
That wasn't the brick wall. No, that wasn't the brick wall.
No,
The
you
brick,
remember
the
that
brick
one with
wall
the
was a
pepper?
whole new level of craziness. The brick wall.
Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
remember the one you're talking about, Based. Yeah, like I couldn't believe people were getting out of that plane.
Yeah, I think that's because when it landed, we didn't really see it land properly. But I think what happened is when it hit, it just separated, and obviously the people in the further back, depending how the luck rolled, a lot of them seem to survive because they said about a third survived out of about the 70 that were
Well,
on
this
board.
this was the shoot down aircraft, the jet that was shot down.
The
Okay.
Yeah, that one was it was
Russia.
it was sort of under control. It wasn't the pilots were doing their best to try and land it. It was fairly crippled and could not land well, but it was able. There were survivors.
yeah, it's
So
not a
the
mid-air.
pilot's efforts were not in vain. They died, but many
That, that,
passengers survived.
that's South Korean or that's that South Asian one with the brick wall around about the same time as that one I was talking about.
Yeah.
I still don't quite understand it. I'd love to see a Google Earth shot of the airport because from what I could see, I couldn't see any like buildings in the way that they had to protect.
Yeah,
was
it didn't
just
make
like
any
a
sense.
runoff for fuck all.
You mean why did they have that design with the brick
Yeah.
wall? I didn't really know. It's
Because when I seen it, I was like, oh wow, what the fuck did I just witness? Because obviously it just imploded.
imagine
And
that the
then
pilots were thinking, "What the fuck
yeah,
is that?"
yeah, and obviously I really couldn't see any like buildings. It didn't seem that built up. But like I said, it would still be a question mark. Why would you put a brick wall there? Still,
We got
Well,
FAA.
Let me ask you this. Like, we all know because planes can fly, they're pretty freaking flimsy. Okay. I mean,
Right.
they're light and their skeleton, the frame, it's all light. They're not going to handle much of an impact. If there was no brick wall there, would that plane have fared well at that speed, just going over a bumpy field? It still might have broken the landing gears and slid and kind of
yeah, but
exploded.
it would have broken up. It would have broken up. So the wings would have separated from the body, hopefully, right?
And
then
that
hopefully
would
the
have
body would have
probably
broken into three.
well, the wings would have separated, and that probably would have triggered a fire. And the fire could have been catastrophic, could have killed a lot of people. But I think the fuselage would have been largely intact, and the odds of survival would have been vastly greater
Mm.
if if it had been a normal structure that you get at most airports.
Because the one you said that you've seen the woman with the broken ankle. Now that one and that South Korean one, there was about a week. There was about a week in it, and it was
Right.
like totally different results.
Right.
Yeah, you're
They
right.
were similar. They were similar, like crash landings.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
was
confliction now. The original reports of 6 people on board. The FAA has released a statement that there's 2, and people in the comments are calling them out for it. So that's interesting.
Well,
How
there's at
many
least
two?
2 because I think it's a pilot and a co-pilot in a Learjet. I don't think
Of all
it's
accounts, you need like 6 to run that, or 7.
No, Learjet?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were about the Apache. I'm
no.
confused.
We got 3 plane accidents we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Four accidents.
25 is lit, bro.
Yeah.
yeah.
We're not talking about the.
Based, are you aware there's just been a crash about 45 minutes ago?
No.
Okay,
wasn't
we
the
were
Wright
talking
brothers.
about that one in Philadelphia.
Can we get it up off Twitter, Steve? Can you get Twittering in?
We were showing it probably about 5 minutes
Oh.
before you got here.
I
and
got
I had-
there's links for you in the back chat there if you want to watch from.
I'll put it on the screen again because he's doing the phone thing and
Okay.
it's not as easy for him.
You do the second one.
I think the
one-
dash. You like the second one better?
I
Yeah,
like
it
the first
shows-
one.
He
the
likes
first
that a lot.
one looks, it shows you that the aircraft looks to be on fire. The second
So
one
this
is more dramatic because it's
You like the ring camera?
the fireball's right there.
Okay.
So talk me through it then, boys. What you know?
There's not much to this. It happens. These two are getting out of their track housing or connected housing townhouse, and the background to the right of the bald man, you'll see a plane come down.
For all the blind people out there,
Here we go.
that was on point, man. Boom, dude.
Easy.
Fucking hell.
That's not that far away. You see
One more.
debris. You see it over the house.
Oh, you see it. coming straight down. That
It
is.
blew the
Yeah,
glass
like a
out of
bomb.
the house. I think. Did you hear that?
It was coming directly down though. It was vertical, wasn't it?
It was almost
from that
straight down.
perspective, it looks pretty vertical.
I would say it was around a 45.
It could
I
be.
mean, if that happens, instantly I'd be thinking, that's it, we're under attack. I mean, that looked like a missile.
It
So-
did look like a missile.
So
I
was
mean-
that supposed to be a Learjet? Because that looked like a helicopter dropping, just like a stone.
A small Learjet.
Yeah, Learjet.
Wow.
That's the time to grab the old duck gun and head on out because the
Bring it on!
The commies are coming or something. I don't know. I mean,
Bring it on, commies!
I mean, it did not look like a plane. The thing is going fast.
Yeah.
Clearly, no attempt to land. This wasn't some
I mean-
last-ditch effort. This was
Yeah,
catastrophic.
totally catastrophic. Because basically, a little plane like that should really be able to cruise a little bit. So if it does crash and fall out the sky, it's still going to be sort of gliding-ish. Like I said, it had the impression it was just a stone dropping. Like the only thing that drops like that is a helicopter.
Hmm.
From what I could see, anyway, looked pretty vertical to me. Definitely didn't look like a plane dropping. Looked like a missile or a rocket. I mean,
Yeah, and to that point, even you've seen planes when they get into like a flat spin and stall and they're falling flat. They actually catch the wind a little bit, kind of like an umbrella, and they don't. This thing looked like it was going down like aerodynamically fast,
Well, the only
Didn't
thing
have
it
that-
could have been is the wings could have collapsed. That's the only way it would have fallen like that. Like the whole wing section would just collapsed out.
Either that or maybe it was one of a Payne Stewart situation, rapid cabin depressurization. They passed out, pushed the stick forward, and just who knows? Just a theory, just a complete,
You'd think that they'd make jets that won't obey that command. You know what I mean? Like if AI knows that you're telling it to kill itself, it'd be like, yeah, I'm all right. I pass.
You would think that, but with
Coming.
that 737 MAX or 707 MAX, that thing was fighting against the pilots to crash itself. It was the most bizarre. You know more about this than I do, Last Dance, but that whole system, fucking
The automation was doing its best to kill everybody, and the pilots were trying to defeat the automation. And they
Was that Air France?
no, that was the one of them was an Indonesian airline,
Yeah.
and the other was Ethiopian Airlines.
Because there
No,
was
it's
one
fucked
going
up.
across. There was an Air France, I believe, going across the Atlantic to Brazil. And
Yeah,
that was doing opposite instructions, and the plane did crash. And they found the black box later on, and basically they done like a copy of what the pilots were thinking. And yeah, basically, what they it was doing the opposite sort of thing to what they were doing.
well, that was poor airmanship. That was just piss poor airmanship. Had the pilots just let go of the controls on that, like if somebody just dragged them out of the cockpit, that plane wouldn't have crashed.
Was it something to do with ice on the sensors and the wings or something?
It has something to do with ice in the pitot tubes, which are used to detect the
Giving
plane's
false
speed.
readings. Yeah, and
The
it was giving
plane's
false
speed.
readings then. That's right. That's
You're right,
what I
false
thought.
readings, and
That's right.
I mean they have checklists for when you get.
They got super
know-
confused. The audio was there. They had all the audio and everything, and they got super confused and just
Yeah, but they had minutes because they were at 38,000 feet, and they basically just sparkled around until they hit the ocean.
Jeez.
I have a flat Earth question. If
Okay.
a plane's traveling, it would have to continually nose down or travel in angles like you'd be going up at altitude and then down at altitude, right? If it's going straight, it would go into space, right? If it continued to go straight.
No, it wouldn't go into space. Gravity acts perpendicular. It acts radially on the Earth, so it's being pulled perpendicularly.
No, okay, at a certain speed, I can see they can cheat that, though, right?
Think of you can climb, yes, but you won't climb. You'll climb beyond the plane's control range, and you'll lose control of the aircraft.
I see what you're
Right.
saying, RW. Um, you're traveling in a giant circle, so you do have to have some sort of an ellipse, some sort of an arc. It's not a straight line. But then that also adds in the extremely confusing thing of when they fly like Boston to London, they fly way up friggin' north and then down again. Like, that also confuses me. Why don't they just go straight across?
Just to stay closer to landmass.
That's part of it, and the other is that it's not so far north. The Great Circle is the shortest distance between 2 points, and it
The
depending on
globe
where you're at, it
disperses that concept of a straight line, right?
exactly. But one of the reasons is they want to stay as close as possible to
Land.
airfields, which there are
Ice.
in
Ice.
Nova Scotia and Greenland,
Oh, okay.
and
Greenland
Iceland.
bars, they can't have it.
Got Iceland as well.
Iceland, and so forth. So, they want to minimize the amount of time that they're, or how far they are from the nearest airport. So,
Well, like, let's pick some place in the middle. Like, what about like DC to London? Do they go straight shot?
No, they
Nope.
go north.
They
They
go
go
north
north.
too.
Yeah.
Huh.
the
That must add considerable mileage, though.
you know what one of the worst flights is for not being close to any airport? It's to Hawaii from the west coast of
Oh yeah.
the United States to Hawaii. There's nothing
Yeah.
between until you get to Hawaii.
Yeah.
That's purely over water.
with the
It's worth it
Atlantic.
though.
Never been. Never gonna be.
And there's not many planes going over there. I know there is going to Asia and stuff, but there's not a huge amount.
I don't know,
There's much-
man.
there's-
There's all day long flights.
Yeah, but I would have thought there's much more going across the Atlantic, going to UK, Europe from America.
I mean,
than-
Oahu is the international, or I guess international, you could say. That's constantly got connecting flights, but then they switch out to Hawaiian Airlines, and Hawaiian Airlines has flights hopping around each island all the time.
Interesting. So the Hawaiian shot is all water. There's no other option.
Nope.
Interesting.
What
They're
about the
just
trash
looking-
island?
Right.
What's that?
What about
Build
the
a trash
island that's
island?
like outside of Texas?
No, there is a trash island out there in the Pacific, right? It's like,
The plastic, floating plastic.
yeah, something
I
like
haven't
that.
checked in on that for a while. I'm gonna see how big it is.
Who knows?
I don't know that it could hold a plane.
It's buoyant.
Oh, interesting. Interesting opinion about airports.
I've never been there to
The
that.
Great
airport.
Pacific
What is it
Garbage
called?
Patch.
Does it have a name, or is it just Detroit Airport?
I don't know. Metro Detroit. Good question.
No idea. Never been. Logan's pretty good. I'm sure you've been through there before Last Dance.
Several times been through Logan.
It's pretty nice coming in over Boston Harbor and all of that, yada yada. See the coastline. Look, LaGuardia is something else when you fly over Manhattan.
Yeah, I've been to LaGuardia.
I filmed all of Manhattan doing that, flying in. You know, Boston's a world-class city, they say, but it's got a small town feel. And when you see Manhattan, you realize, like, holy cow, Boston is a small town. Like, everything's small.
Yeah.
It's when you see it from the air, it's unbelievable, that island, man. Jeez.
Can I share something real quick with you guys? The Great Pacific Garbage Patch as of 2018 was 1.6 million square kilometers or 620,000 square miles.
620,000 square miles. It's like bigger than most countries.
It says it's 4 particles per cubic meter, so it's dispersed. But
Okay.
by the end of 2024, the ocean cleanup had to remove more than 1 million pounds of trash, or 0.5% of the total accumulated trash.
What'd they do with it?
Make bracelets.
They put it in the
Did
they put it in the landfill.
off the Timu or something.
Then they threw it in the garbage, and then the garbage threw it back in the ocean.
Oh, that is not okay.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
that
man.
company, Four Oceans, that collects trash from the ocean and makes bracelets for them of it, and then sells them.
Yeah,
I'll let you know if
glasses
I
and
see what
stuff.
they do with it, Steve.
You're right. They're getting like, they'll show you what they do in a month, and it'll be like multiple house-sized piles of plastic, and then that's like a one millionth of a percent of what's going in every year. But they're,
I mean, how much
You
of the
can't s-
plastic is intentionally just dumped in the ocean to get rid of it?
That's
a
terrible.
lot in some countries over there in Asia.
With cruise
Asia-
ships, they can
Asia.
just dump it off, right? They can just dump it out at international waters.
Yeah, international waters, yeah.
Yeah, cruise
And-
ships aren't going to contribute that much to that. So something 620,000 square miles worth.
One thing I found out, which I didn't know until recently, is all ships have clean and dirty fuel. They have different tanks, so the engines can operate on dirty fuel fine. It's much less refined and it's pretty fucking rough. But when they're in, that's only in international waters, I think. So when they go into dock, they use clean fuel.
Ah,
I was
In
shocked.
2015, Science did an article that showed that 6 countries were responsible for most of the plastic: China, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, and Thailand.
Asia.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, that thing with the fuel makes total sense, Welshman.
I just never knew it. I never knew they had different tanks, different fuel tanks. And I thought, what? And they
I bet
explained
you,
it.
dude, I bet you they save $40,000 by using cheaper fuel. These tanks probably hold like 30,000 gallons, so
It was substantial because I can't remember the numbers, but I think it was like 20-30% saving on fuel.
yeah, I can see that. And if they're willing to dump fucking garbage out in the ocean once they get to international waters, then they're certainly willing to burn dirty gas. They don't care. It's all about the bottom line, man.
And another thing I've seen is that under oil rigs, when they dump off like gone off meat and stuff, the fucking big fish underneath these oil rigs, they're going nuts. He literally pulls it over and there's like big fish right under the oil rigs.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's a great place to fish in the Gulf of Mexico.
but not a great place to fall overboard, I bet. I
No,
assume there's sharks.
oh hell yeah. I know what he's talking about. I saw a video of a guy, he takes a few bites out of an apple, throws it over the railing on an oil rig, and must have been 200 fish just swarmed this apple, I mean, God, like,
And there were big fish as well, like you're thinking this guy was dumping the meat over the side, and it was just fucking crazy going on underneath. It was like piranhas, but like all different species, just going off.
I bet you a lot of tuna there.
Gulf
Gulf
of
of
America.
America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
I checked Google Maps the other day. It still says Gulf of Mexico.
Whoever didn't update it yet is probably going to lose their job.
I don't think so.
I don't think they're going to change.
Welcome, Mega.
Do you know him?
No.
So how's the new press secretary getting on? The new female press secretary, she's spokesperson.
I mean, she seems pretty good, but like any press secretary, her job is to basically lie, deflect, deny.
But it's a bit like chalk and cheese between her and the old DEI bird, and it's like
Chalk and cheese. That's a new one to me. What's that mean?
well, they're like opposite. Like obviously,
Right.
when she was there, she would always she wasn't the circle back, but she'd get back to you, wouldn't she?
Have you had American cheese? They're not very different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I know what you mean. So there, like, we used to have Peter Ducey going up against whoever Biden had. Now
yeah.
there's like a liberal version of Ducey going up against this woman.
Well, it's the
Oh
entire,
yeah. The whole thing,
it's all
the whole
it's
legacy
everybody,
media.
right?
All of them. I got you.
And they're letting in more people, right? They're being more diverse.
Well, I
And
like
she
that.
And the thing is, like obviously, when they're asking questions now, they're literally like it's like a scrummer game. They're all trying to get a question. They're all trying to question. It didn't seem that urgent when she was in front of that desk. You know what I mean? It all
Right.
just seems alive now.
Yeah.
She's had
I mean,
two. The new press secretary. I missed the second one, I guess.
I don't know.
Press releases.
Well, one thing I didn't particularly like was her answer to the memo, which was going to temporarily stop funding for like tons of different programs. How she explained that it was legal, she basically was like, well, it's legal. And if you look at the memo, then you'll know why it's legal. Next question. Like, dumbest answer. And like the next day, they rescinded the thing, right? So that didn't even, right? I mean,
Yeah.
do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
It didn't make any sense.
But once again, I would suggest that one Trump is sticking her into the deep end with some of his rhetoric, the way he talks. Still not really learned. Like like I said, I think you've got a point with DEI, but there's a time and a place, and I don't think that would be now. Start chirping
Right.
off shit like.
Are you talking
Well-
about what are you talking about exactly, Wells?
The plane
Well,
crash, when he sort of blamed.
Yeah,
it looked like he was blaming
Okay,
DEI
okay.
for the plane crash, which is
he said a common sense, and I'm just thinking, just shut the fuck up a minute. Just shut the fuck up. Just allow it. Just you know, just answer politically like a politician would answer, just for once.
That's a great
Don't-
opportunity for foot and mouth if that comes out.
Yeah,
to be wrong.
don't put your foot in your mouth again, and just allow it. Just think a little bit cleverer. Just don't
you
go down
you
that
don't
route.
have to say anything.
Yeah,
The ability to not speak is definitely a wise man's thing.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why
So,
I
yeah.
talk too much. You guys haven't figured that out yet.
You boys must not know who the hell you're talking about here because he
Right.
must speak. That's his
I
fault.
no, I understand that. I think he's doing better this time around. I think there's less feet going in the mouth, but still, it is
Okay.
still happening.
I seen a video earlier on, right, where there was 3,500 people of ATF, not ATFs, air traffic control, yeah, well, ATC. Oh, fucking yeah, where they've complained to say that they've been prejudiced against getting jobs. One chap, he passed his thing by 100% and was still not given his practical by 100%. He's still not given. So there is like sort of evidence or at least testimony from 3,500 people.
There's
which
no
obviously,
doubt.
obviously there's more than that. So if 3.5 person have testified or given statements to say that, then I'm sorry, there's a huge fucking problem going on. So one, he could have waited and then brought that up at a later date with the evidence attached.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we're not talking about bagging groceries down at the Safeway here. You know, we want the best of the best.
Yeah.
Directing airplanes and avoiding mass casualty events, just like we want the best of the best running into houses to save people when they're burning down. And
No,
the
I want
same goes for
paraplegic.
police officers, man.
I want
So
paraplegic firefighters.
I'm not saying I'm against, some practices that gives people opportunities that might not have them otherwise in certain lower level jobs where it might seem appropriate. But if these idiots think that it's smart to do it at this high level where lives are at stake, that's dangerous, man.
At the same time, for the fire, sorry, just real quick, Walshy. Where I'm from, it's all volunteer firefighters, and none of those guys, even if they're overweight or lazy or whatever, I'm pretty sure they do the job when it's time to come do the job. And I'm not sure how many DEI type people would want to stick it out for no money. You know what I mean? Like, do you really want to just bust your ass to save people?
They do get paid by the call, but it's not very much.
Down here, I'm not sure how much, if any.
Maybe up in Vermont, they did get like between like $3,000 to $5,000 a year. It ended up being.
Who pays them?
There's like a stipend, a municipal stipend fund or something like that.
Okay.
Because obviously there's money to buy $250,000 fire trucks.
And all the Gore-Tex gear.
The volunteer fire departments around here, they do fundraisers for their equipment.
Huh.
They just pocket that money. It's Maryland, bro.
The thing is, I've seen videos from the top cheese in the Californian fire department literally saying, we want diverse people. That's what we want. And when we need diverse people because, we got to represent the community and all that. And they're literally spelling out what they want. Well, what you really want someone. You want someone with passion for the job. You want someone who would be loyal and obedient and do all these. That's what you need as a fireman or a fire person. You don't want
Fire person. What are you doing here, Welshman?
No,
I
that's
know.
fine. It just, here's the thing. If they can pass all the tests, this expression I heard recently, a meritocracy. I hadn't heard that for a long time.
Can you define that in high
Yeah.
ship terms?
As simply as it goes, a system based on merit alone.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nothing else.
I'm pretty sure Trump said that.
That's an evil word.
Equity
No
and
way.
equality and all that crap.
Yeah.
Do you guys?
Well,
Go ahead, Steve.
I hate to bring this point up, but this is just from observation of these police activity videos. You've subscribed to that channel, Smokesteve.
Mhm.
And
So
it looks, women cops, they look worse on average by far than male cops in
This
these
is
An auditor.
in these intense situations.
as a rule, not always, but exactly the same in the UK. There's no difference. Exactly the same. You see two women coppers being pushed together, and there's one guy, and they're fighting two women WPCs. And the next thing you know, they're both on the floor, and the guy's running away. It's like this is, and it's so very common.
I mean, it could be that I'm biased because I only see, except
Yeah,
I'm not, because if anybody sees cops doing anything wrong, male or female, it's pointed out.
Well, in the last 2 years, I know of two women, Leos, or whatever they want to call themselves, law enforcement, kill two guys at one guy at a traffic stop, shot one last week, shot one in the leg last week by accident. The one last year, she was going to taser him, I think, and she somehow pulled out the gun by mistake and fucking killed him.
Yeah, I heard that.
How do you oopsie that one?
Oh, it was fucking. I believe she didn't mean to do it. Because
What's the
it's all on
equivalent
body
over there
cam.
for that? They go for their billy stick and pull out the mace. What?
We've discussed that one before. Aphid was saying that tasers shouldn't even be shaped like a gun. They should be some other weird shape. So
Lightsaber.
Sure, a straight rod that it comes out of the tip. Then you're not going to confuse the two. Because even if it's bright yellow and the grips feel different, I suppose if the adrenaline's flaming through your body, you pull out the gun and you don't have another choice.
At the end of the day, the aim is easier for a 90-degree.
Yeah. What about the taser that can only be fired with your non-firing hand? So it's curved, so it's shaped. So that would be the difference. But I suppose your point.
Left hand pull. I mean, that takes skill to aim with your left hand.
It's hard as hell.
You might as well just get rid of the taser if you're going to get go that far.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Or give the lady that would do that rubber bullets.
There's so many examples, Last Dance,
of rubber gun. How about a Nerf gun?
of coppers in general being very poorly educated on legislation. I know more about American law than a lot of officers I see on YouTube.
Yeah, they're not given,
they're not given the right training, but they're so ignorant, and literally, then they'll get their supervisor will come up, and you request a supervisor, and the supervisor will completely, like obstruction is a physical act. in America. It's a physical act in America. Obstruction is a physical act. It's not a verbal act. And
Well, when you say America, we don't have, every state is different. Every jurisdiction is different. There's not, almost all crimes are charged at the state level.
yeah, I understand that, but to my knowledge, and I watched another video today about it, it is a physical act, obstruction.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I almost got charged with obstruction way back in my college days because me and my buddies were riding bikes back to the dorms, and these kids who were kind of gangstery looking accused my friend of having their bike. So we were like, call the cops if you think we have a stolen bike. So the cops came, and the cop was like, I can't tell whose bike this is. And he asked my friend, would you mind if we took the bike and your contact information for the night? You're going to get it back. And I stepped forward and said, bro, you don't have to give him your bike. And the cop jumped in my fucking face and screamed, oh, you're about to get arrested for obstruction of justice right now. And all I was trying to do was inform the kid, you don't have to give him your bike.
But it's not obstruction. This is where a lot of police officers fall down.
I'm looking at now my, some online stuff, and obstruction does not have to be, according to this, a physical act. Perjury, making false statements can count as obstruction.
It's not a false statement.
Misleading investigators can count as obstruction of justice.
Let me have
I
a
don't
look
think
now.
that any of those counts, honestly.
Well, in my case, I was shaking like a leaf on a tree. I was an 18-year-old college freshman, and I was like, yes, sir. And frankly, what else could I do? Because he looked like he was about to arrest me. And I'm like, I want to keep my bike, so I'm going to shut the hell up. Sorry, bro. But and that's how close it could be. When it's as simple as this, if you get pulled over or you're suspected of a crime, you have to produce your ID. Otherwise, you don't.
That's different from every state. In most states, you have to at least give them your name. Not necessarily produce a physical ID, but you have to tell them your real name.
It depends what the investigation is.
Right.
If it's a conversation, you don't have to.
If you guys hate someone and want to ruin their life, what you do is you sign them. You just go to a car insurance information website and you put in their information. And for the rest of their life, people are going to call them and email them and text them almost daily to try and sign them up for car insurance. And it won't ever actually show them the offer. So I found that out personally. My wife's like, hey, can you check out different insurance options? That was a mistake.
Yeah. And they sell that information too, bro. So
yeah, I am now a victim of marriage.
So I'm reading it now, Last Stance, and you're right. It says can be non-physical, providing false information, making threats. So if you're required to give them your details, give them false information, that would be one. But making threats, verbally resisting, or refusing to cooperate with a lawful request. Now, that tells me you've got no right to remain silent. Or refusing to cooperate with a lawful request can also constitute as obstruction. If that's the case, you've got no right to remain silent. So the whole part of that thing doesn't
I don't agree with that. You do have a right to remain silent if you are that's the Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
Well, that would be refusing to cooperate with a lawful request.
Well, it's not a lawful request if it requires you to give up your constitutional rights. So you can remain silent. Now, if they're asking about your friend, you don't have a right to remain silent.
Are Italian jokes offensive?
So
that one is, but normally not.
So
Normally
lawful
not. Okay, I'm going to throw one into the mix for good old cup of tea.
last dance. The buzzword there is lawful request. So if it's not a lawful request, then you can stay silent. So if you were stopped in a car and you were driving, you'd have to you'd have to speak to the officer. But then you can stay silent because you can just provide and show your details.
Yeah, if you talk, it usually lets them smell the alcohol in your breath.
Yeah. So I'm trying to work out how that. Yeah.
I don't go in public enough to deal with any of these altercations with police.
Oh man, they wouldn't let me put the punchline down.
Oh, sounds like it was pretty brutal.
I think I just X'd out the stream with an Italian joke.
Oh well.
I don't see it. Did you give the punchline?
No, it
Yes.
doesn't allow it. It just deletes it on the way.
You could just put it in.
Yeah, private chat allows it.
Just put it in.
I'm going to try it one more time.
Just post it on
X.
StreamYard, and
Oh.
at least all of us would see it. Maybe it might not make it out to YouTube.
Oh, this is on StreamYard. I'll try one more time.
Smoke Wife wants you to
It went in that time.
verbally burn this feed.
Because I didn't use the word kill. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Yep. That's why when Mr. Kelsey comes, it keeps deleting my comment when I say hello. So I call him Casey now.
To kill the cockroaches in the corners. Yeah.
I used to hear that joke, but it was Puerto Ricans. Why do Puerto Ricans wear pointed shoes?
Oh man, come on, man!
Hey, you just pick whoever you hate and stick them in there. That's how these jokes work.
See, I love Italians. That's why it's okay to make that joke.
Their food's the bomb.
Yeah,
did you guys ever live in a dwelling that had cockroaches? I did.
The dorms at UMass.
Yeah.
The dorm. Yep, the dorm.
There's
something else, man. You don't get rid of those things too easily.
I lived in a basement apartment, and it had cockroaches.
Small though for Maryland, right? Oh no, Chicago would be even smaller, right?
German.
This was in Maryland. This was in Greenbelt, Maryland.
Oh.
German cockroaches.
They were damn big as far as I was concerned.
Yeah, the German ones.
The lights go out and you turn them on, and
I think that's the ones you get. I think that's the ones you get in America. They're called German cockroaches.
Yep.
Are they bigger or smaller than whatever?
I think that's what you get over there.
Oh, okay.
I think you get Germans over there.
I don't know why they're called German cockroaches. Maybe they are imports, or I don't know. Maybe they
imported themselves.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we get Germans, so I wouldn't surprise me if you get them because with the boats and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Global trade, man. I hate stink bugs and Chinese ladybugs and cockroaches, and we got in Maryland. Do you have the one that's coming down from the north that's taking out the trees? Can't remember what it is right now. No, there's the ash borer, and there's another one, a lanternfly.
Spotted lanternfly. Just started getting them around here last year.
At your house, you've seen them?
Yep.
And do you try and kill them, or do you just go, that sucks?
Yeah, they have to be killed, but it's hopeless.
What's your modus operandi, or whatever you call it?
I pretend that I'm feeding them.
Have you heard of Chinese knotweed?
Japanese knotweed, yeah.
Yes, I have, but I don't know where.
It's a major problem in the UK, and I'm sure you'll have it over there. Well, we obviously stuck it in country parks and stuff.
There are parts where it is a big problem here in the US.
Yeah.
Someone said that they can ruin your foundation in your house.
Oh, completely. So I've seen this, right? Literally going straight through foundation. Within 2 years, it'll literally just go through your house foundation and just tear it apart.
The roots or the grass or both?
The concrete. Yeah, I mean it's growing roots, and
I guess it's very woody and pushes and pushes and pushes.
Yeah, it sort of dissolves it as well. It's crazy. And if it finds a crack, then that's it. You get game over.
You might as well-
Renautria japonica.
But another thing you get in America, which I was surprised about, is European wasps. They're a big thing in
Those
America.
things
yeah.
suck, dude. I'm trying to put a bunch of figs around the property, and those things patrol them.
Yeah, man. My dog was stung twice by them, and
Probably make
twice
that surgery not seem so bad.
in 1 week, and he had
Ooh.
a shock. He had a shock on both occasions. So it was the same nest. I shouldn't have
Hmm.
walked past it. I thought the first time he got stung there, I didn't think anything of it. The second time he got stung there, obviously I realised there was a nest.
I'll tell you what a big problem is for the Chesapeake Bay, and I believe this is an American species that has left its domain in the South, is the blue catfish.
Oh, the sting of the blue catfish.
No, not the sting. It's they reproduce like mad. They take over fisheries, or that's the concern, and they kind of outcompete other species.
Yeah. Well,
Are they pretty?
Isn't it
Are they
anacondas? Anacondas taking out crocodiles now down the Everglades.
Pythons.
Pythons. I said
Well, we gotta compete with
anacondas last
Australia
time.
somehow.
Yeah, fucking. I've seen a python with a croc in it, split open, killed the both of them. He couldn't.
Yeah, I saw that.
consume
I've
it.
seen that.
Yeah.
It swallowed the croc, but the croc is a pretty high, or an alligator, but the alligator is a pretty hardy species, and it just thrashed enough, when it was halfway down to
Rip a hole
break
in it.
open.
They're both dead though, weren't they? They were
They're
both
dead,
dead.
yeah.
Just-
So
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
Talk
it was
about
just too
indigestion.
indigestible.
What happened?
Snakeheads, that's true. Another one.
Alligator that was eaten by a python. that ripped a hole through the python, and they both
Yeah,
died.
they both died. Yeah, there's a photo of it. I said the first time really that they know they've been taking them, but obviously he thought a bit bigger than he was.
I think one of the most destructive invasive species in this country, I think it's a beetle, a wood boring beetle from like Central Asia or something like that. It kills trees like crazy. Long ass antenna, big thing, probably that long.
Sounds like the spotted lanternfly.
Could be.
Around here, one of this invasive species, or a couple of the invasive species that I see all the time. These are plants that I really hate, and that's I think it's called the tree of heaven. And then there's another one called the Oriental bittersweet. And
is the tree of heaven the burning bush?
No,
That's the red one, the one that turns red in the fall.
no, that's not tree of heaven.
Okay.
That sounds more like the burning bush.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a different name because, burning bush it's a biblical reference, of course. I'm sure you knew that, Last Dance. Big Bible guy.
Yeah, big Bible guy.
Hard to miss that one, buddy.
What about kudzu?
Kudzu is not a big problem in Maryland. It's that I'm aware of, but it is further south.
What's wrong with the tree of heaven?
Well, it's an invasive species, and it outcompetes everything else because it has no.
Looks like sumac.
Enemies.
Not familiar with it.
It is so hardy. I remember there was one growing out next. I grew up in Chicago, in a dense neighborhood, and there was one. Somehow it grew in between like a rock and a brick garage, and it was just a little thing, and I used to bend it and smash it and rip it up, and and when I was 18, I moved away, and I came back 20 years later, and I saw that the tree was a big tree now. It survived my daily assaults on it.
I'll tell you one thing. It looks a hell of a lot like sumac. You're right,
It does
RW.
look like sumac, yeah. I'm looking at
It's got the leaves that kind of long, elongated leaves.
But there's a picture on Wikipedia in Germany showing when it grows to like a full size, it no longer looks like a sumac. It really trees out and gets large.
Sumac they can be confused, and so you have to be careful when you're
Oh, bloody hell.
removing them.
I'm just trying to see if it's edible. So the Japanese knotweed, the young stems are edible and taste like rhubarb. So if shit ever hits the fan, there's lots of food there for you, Welshie.
Yeah, that's those will also grow through your foundation.
Crazy.
That Japanese knotweed will destroy a foundation.
It's holding Welshman's house together right now.
Dude, that stuff. And we got one up here called garlic mustard, which again is when it's young, you can eat it and it tastes like mustard and garlic leaves, but it just spreads in its seeds and drops its seeds 3-4 times per season. But if you kill it, it doesn't get a chance to propagate. I don't think it really does the whole spreading by any other way than seed, like some of them. That Japanese one we were just talking about.
Yeah, just spread root.
You can have like a rhizome or a tiny, tiny bit of it left in the ground, and that can create a new plant. It doesn't have to be a seed.
Blackberries are like that.
That's the same way with Oriental bittersweet. You just can't kill it.
Right.
Sounds pretty.
You can, but you have to use things that will also potentially kill you.
Yeah, you have to use like Roundup to kill it.
And I don't
like
like
trying to spend that much money.
I don't like it. Roundup. Do you guys use it? Have you used it?
No, we try not to. We use vinegar and salt usually.
That works for some stuff.
If you mix it hard enough, it'll cook pretty much anything. It's just at a certain point, it's too expensive to do large volume.
There was another invasive species plant called Mile-a-minute vine that had gotten on my property.
I remember that one.
I had seen what it had done in the nearby park, and so
eats the trees.
It's
yeah, and it's got thorns on it. Yeah,
it's got thorns on it. They're not super sharp.
No,
they're kind of a little flexible, like rubber spikes, and so it uses that to crawl its way up and around on everything. But I
wonder if
I didn't want those, so I tried pulling them. And that would work, but they would come back every year like I'd never done anything. So after a few years of that, I tried soaking them in Roundup.
Did you use the little paintbrush?
Yes, I would do that, or I'd put a little plastic bag with Roundup and then stuff the end of the Mile-a-minute vine in there and then seal it up with a rubber band and let it sort of eat it for a few days.
That Roundup stuff, you got to be careful with that Roundup stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, just so you know, the tender leaves and shoots can be eaten raw or cooked as a salad green, and the vegetables is sweet and can be eaten fresh.
For which?
The fruit of the Mile-a-minute.
Huh.
So God's just trying to give you free food, bro, for when shit comes, and you're killing it.
Yeah, I used Roundup on a batch of that garlic mustard out here in the back from a garden sprayer, and yeah, it's just inevitable when you use a garden sprayer, there's mist and it's going to come back and get on you no matter what you do.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just, one of those things. So
isn't it literally Agent Orange? Isn't it literally what it derived from?
I mean, it might be chemically similar, but it's not identical.
Glyphosate or glycophosphate, something like that. Yeah. It's a pretty simple thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's ranchers who buy it by the drum.
They buy something else here, RD40 or something like that. That's their go-to here.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe to say that it's something that shouldn't be so available, but you guys have all walked into the Home Depots and there's like
a whole
300 gallons on a display, and it's like, oh my God, that is so just
with the convenient little battery powered gun handle now.
They won't give you penicillin or freaking Viagra without a note from a doctor, but you can go and buy this cancer causing stuff by the truckload, and they don't give a shit.
Well, one
whatever the hell you want
lives, one creates lives, and the other takes lives. So
I don't think Roundup is sold anymore.
It is.
Retail, is it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
The Roundup on the bottle, the label's itty bitty tiny and big other words now,
Yeah,
but
it's
it's still Roundup.
bad shit, man. Bad shit.
Still the same
Um,
product. It works great on, like, for example, poison ivy. Very hard thing to remove by
Oh yeah,
hand.
that's what our main use of it here is for.
Yeah, it's a lifesaver with that, especially when you have somebody below you that you say, "Go get that Roundup and spray those poison ivies." with."
Make sure you bathe afterward.
You
Dude,
give
you
them,
guys
you
have
know,
been you
give
all
them
have been
the,
to California, right?
the
Yep.
thick cuff gloves.
In
California,
California,
oh yeah, I
the
lived there.
hedges out there are made out of poison oak. Basically, it's everywhere. At least in Santa Cruz area. And one of the things I did to help my uncle is I went out there and weed eated his whole back hill that was all poison oak. And I put a full Tyvek suit on with the face shield and everything, and I still got lit up.
You used Roundup?
No, I used a weed eater.
Oh,
yeah.
weed eater. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was
Oh, you
spraying
still
it
got-
everywhere.
You still got sick?
Like, it just permeates, man.
I don't
But
know.
if you have been to
poison oak.
California, you just can't appreciate how much poison oak is out there.
I have been, and I didn't even know what poison oak was. Plus, I was way up north, but I don't know what poison oak or poison sumac is. All my experience is poison ivy.
I mean, they're all roughly the same experience. They just look different.
Right. So poison ivy is 3 leaves per little cluster,
Leaves of 3, leave it be.
and the outside of the leaf is not jagged. Very important, because there's a ton of other plants that have the little jagged, like poison
I
ivy.
don't think that's a absolute.
Might not be, but the hairy vine part of it also
Yeah,
helps for
That's a good
identification.
giveaway.
Although I have English vines here that have hairiness, and so it's not none of it's a perfect hard and fast rule. It's all stay away.
If you're
try.
hiking, you want to be the guy in the front because the person that hits it first crushes it or disturbs it, and then it releases oils. And the guy that gets tagged after that and touches the leaf is the one that really gets lit up.
Mm.
It's just a little piece of advice, like being the fastest swimmer and having a slow swimmer when you're out in the ocean. It's always good to have strategy. But anyway,
Cut the waves in front of you. Interesting. Biscuit, join in if you want, buddy. I think you were here last week.
yeah.
It's a whole 6 days ago. So, memory and all. But yeah, a lot of things have happened since then. Is Kash Patel going to lead the FBI?
What? What?
I think so.
Well, not specifically the FBI, but the whole Department of Justice, right?
What is
Or
he? I thought is he?
Just FBI.
Thought he was FBI. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a conflict of interest to hold 2 offices at the same time, right?
Yes.
So is he going to get it? And what is Tulsi Gabbard up for?
DNI.
Yeah. Which
And-
is that above Kash Patel? Like, how do they relate
It's
to each other?
parallel. It's not. The DNI is the sort of the point of contact for all intelligence agencies in the federal government, but it's not a hierarchy. So the DNI is not above the director of the CIA or the director of NSA or the director of the FBI or any of those agencies. It's kind of the coordinator.
Yeah.
Did you two? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just kind of looking over it here. I don't know why she is controversial. I guess people think he's a controversial choice.
Well, can you mute your mic, dude? Thanks.
Do you know much about
Tulsi's very controversial.
why is she? Because of her views on Russia?
Yeah, because of her views on Russia, which really aren't that outrageous, but her views on Russia, her views on Assad, her views on Snowden.
Did you watch the hearing for Tulsi?
To me, they're no big deal. all of those. It's just a difference of a different viewpoint, but I don't really think it's significant. So I'm not really sure. I don't give much credit to these Democrats who complained about, and a few Republicans who have complained about her positions on those issues. I may not agree with those positions, but it's not really a big deal. If you don't think Putin is the devil, or you don't think Bashar Assad is the devil, or you don't think Edward Snowden is the devil, it's not a big deal.
Well, what isn't it a big deal in that you're supposed to think that we all have the same common enemy at that level of government? If Russia is an enemy of ours,
it's not about enemies at that level of government. It's about coordinating and resourcing. It's not about enemies. We don't even call them enemies in the government. We call them adversaries. Because it's really just a competition, and they're trying to hide all the information from you, and you're trying to hide all your information from them. On the one hand, on the defensive side, and on the offensive side, you're trying to discover all the information that they're trying to hide, and they're trying to hide it all from you. So it's just basically, it's almost like a child's competition, but the stakes are higher because you're trying to prevent global nuclear war, and
Right.
you don't want to be caught.
The one thing that Tulsi Gabbard was being gone after for, in the majority for her hearing that I remember, is being on Snowden's side in her personal comments, stating that he was a hero, paraphrasing. She was saying that he broke the law, and she's not for people breaking the law. But I wish at the same time, in my personal opinion, she would have said, I am okay with him whistleblowing on the government because the government was doing something wrong. She instead stated that she wants to make it so that people go to the appropriate venue in the government to whistleblow. But in my mind, how do you do that without being dead? How is there an office in the government you can whistleblow to and keep your life?
Nobody has ever been killed for being a whistleblower in the government. If you can find one person, I will give you a gold nugget.
Oh, don't make me dig. I'll try and remember if I'm bored. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe.
I feel like there was a guy who died in an unnatural way. He was jogging and maybe was hit by a vehicle, or
oh no, that never happens.
Did he get Clinton sided? Did he get Clinton sided?
There was something, but I can't. I'm not going to go into it now because I can't remember. Yeah, there's an echo. It's Last Dance.
Nope.
No, it's Welcome.
Okay, come out and come in.
Oh, there you go.
I got that.
Yeah, I think his earpiece is too close to the phone.
I think that's too. I don't think it's nothing that's going to be solved by coming out and coming in.
We'll give it to him though.
Yep, maybe it will be solved.
So what's the hang up with Kash Patel?
The hang up with him was J6. He was stating that they're going after him because he said that the government, or that Trump won and it was stolen, and they're going after him because he had a organization that gave money to the J6ers families. He was stating that he was only giving money to the non-violent offenders' families, but they're just completely hung up on J6.
Well, let them be hung up on J6. I think he would make an excellent. I mean, the FBI has been out of control. I'll just put it that way for 10 years or so, if not longer. And not just their partisan abuses are bad enough, but the whole way they operate is I think poorly done. So I think the whole place, even if they never had any partisan activities, they still need to be overhauled.
Yeah.
All right, let me add to that. So One caveat I wish they put with when they spoke about the J6ers, Trump included with his pardon, would have been to say, separate the ones who were violent, who did attack police officers, from the vast majority of them who didn't. And I think that would have made a huge impact. And even for somebody like Kash Patel, if he would have just made that distinction and separated them.
They called that out.
My bottom line here is that Trump pardoned them all.
Right. I do agree that was not. It ended up in whataboutism.
No, but it's problematic for me that I think, I'm a patriot, and police fall under the things that I love. Call me a bootlicker or whatever, but cops, firemen, soldiers, they're all the people that essentially, if they're the good ones, they try to help us. And I don't want to see
I don't really like the way, when you group paramedic and firemen the same as police, I seem to have an issue with that.
That's fine for you, man. That's just how I see it.
Yeah, I know that near enough 100% of firemen that you ever come in contact with them, they'll be all treating you and trying to do the best for you or your family or whoever's involved. When you see a group of police in an instance, they could be up to a number of things, but not all of them good.
Yeah,
I can't 100% agree with that statement, but I hear what you're saying.
You're in a place too, Welshman, where police officers have a great deal more overreach than they're allowed to have in the United States. Here, I teach my kid, and the cop goes by, you wave at him, smile, say hello, officer, and be friendly, be personable. Like, these are the guys who are there to help us, and to be given respect. And they give that to people here too. Like in my town or in a lot of the surrounding towns, the cops don't want to deal with anybody but the people breaking the law. The cops don't want to talk to or interfere with your daily life. And
are they sheriffs? Are they sheriffs or are they police?
They're police.
You have a valid point too.
Sheriffs are also police.
Well, I know that, but sheriffs are voted in, aren't they? Sheriffs are voted in.
Yeah, typically. But sheriffs are varying from state to state. Like sheriffs in Massachusetts deal almost predominantly with, prisoners, felons, transport, care of, watching them in jails.
It's the same thing in my county, the county I live in.
Right.
There are county police. And there's the county sheriff, two different organizations. And county sheriff is basically, he deals with the courts. He serves eviction notices, for example, that the courts issue, and does prisoner transport.
I heard a great interview with the sheriff from Maryland on NPR last week. And he said he real quick, he said he cooperates with ICE when an illegal person commits a crime and they're in his jail. And the NPR interviewer was trying to really get to him, and this, that, and the other thing. And he said, I don't search anything out. These guys get arrested. They get brought to me. I report them to ICE because they're illegal. And how many had he done in one county since 2006? He had done a little over 2,000 people. That's kind of a sneaky lot of people if you take that as one single county in Maryland and multiply that by all of the counties surrounding all of the major cities in the United States. You're talking of hundreds of thousands, if not even a million.
And they're already
given to fucking ICE. And
Steve, they're already in custody, so they're all under control. You haven't got to get loads of people out there. Not like some of the Democrat sanctuary city business, where they release them back in the public, so then they got to get a real big team together, got to cover back doors, back entrances, cover other people. When in reality, they could just get passed over in a controlled environment like that.
There you go. That's how.
Of course, and that's a criminal. Don't forget, they're criminals. So they're the
I just
people you really want.
I want to share quickly. My sister works in North Carolina school system in the offices, and she told us that parents are coming into the office to change their kids' ethnicities so that ICE
Yeah.
doesn't come and take them. And it's like, that's nutter shit, because these kids are documented kids, and they're coming in to change their ethnicity because they think like ethnicity is what's going to cause ICE to come in and take their kids away. To me, that's a level of stupid that is hard to hear.
How do you change someone's ethnicity?
Apparently, the records in the school system have all that data, and
Oh.
you just change your whatever.
Yeah,
to
I mean,
whatever.
you can
That's
change
the downside
your,
of collecting all that information.
I
yeah,
know,
you can
but
change you can change your sex, can't you? So why can't you change your?
We're pretty much done with that here in the United States. So back to you, UK.
Yeah, the genders is a
There's a new sheriff in the White House. He's not taking any of that bullshit.
My buddy sent me a pretty funny AI thing of Trump. Funny shit, you know? Yeah. Basically,
So go
go
on.
ahead.
Well, it's tariffs. So he's going to do Canada and Mexico in the next 48 or 36 hours. He's going to put 25% tariffs. I don't think it's going to happen, but that's because they're going to have to pull out. You know, they're going to have to concede, because I think it'll be disastrous for both countries.
Well, right away, what is it? The Prime Minister in Canada, is that what they call him?
Trudeau.
He said, all right, well, then we'll consider taking all American alcohol brands off of the shelves for sale, which was brilliant.
I just want to thank Smokeway for making me look up this book, because now I want to buy it. So good.
It's foolish. You're right. You know what? The stock market might crash. The stock market started to fail near the end of the day today, and I mean,
well, it's not going to crash because of Canada sanctions. It's just the sanctions plus the tariffs plus.
Well, dude, it's been rising like you can't believe it, right? Since what, 17,000 in like 2016?
Right.
It's unreal.
I think the funniest thing for that book on the cover is Kash Patel's character chose to be the mage, so he's the one that's steeped in the occult in this story. I think that's
you're looking at his children's book, yeah.
Yeah, the plot against the king, Trump being the king. Yeah, it's. I would definitely read it just for entertainment value.
Yeah, it's really strange that he wrote that, and
Trump's got the Maltese cross as his pendant and the sun symbol. That's very symbolic.
What is that giant fucking cross that sorry to be disrespectful, use the F word before it, RW. That
dude, you're not hurting my feelings. You're just a human being.
What is that thing that Pete Hegseth has on his chest? It's like
that's that's Templar, Knights of Malta type stuff.
Okay. Yeah, it's a Christian symbol.
It's allegiance to the papacy.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Nazis, like they try to make out it was. Nothing at all.
No, I know that.
It's just a coincidence, fellas. Nothing to worry about.
It's not the Iron Cross, but yeah,
of course.
I mean, Elon knows more about that kind of symbology with his hand gesture.
Oh, come on, Steve.
Oh, can we? They made a GIF for it. Just
GIF. It's not peanut butter, bro.
GIF out of here.
It used to be. There was for a long time. There was a debate over how it should be pronounced, GIF or GIF.
No, Jiffy goes on a sandwich. GIF goes on the screen.
Well, I think GIF won because GIF is peanut butter. But
bingo.
That's not fair because it's burned into my brain and I can't fix it.
It's okay. We'll know what you mean.
That's good.
You're not one of the
like he knew what he was doing.
They made a GIF. We'll know what that means.
Yeah. I'll give you a story about Jif, JIF. So it's a cleaning product in the UK. Well, it used to be a cleaning product.
Okay.
But back in the late 80s and 90s, they changed the name. It was really popular and they had like a music tune to it, Jif, that cleans toilets. and they called it Sif because somewhere in Europe, GIF meant like penis or something. So they changed the name to Sif.
Well, you're always in trouble when the name is there's only a few letters because it's going to mean something different in many languages.
Just some breaking news from RW. Sadly, Rescue Air Ambulance confirms its plane crashed in Philadelphia. 6 people on board, including pediatric patient.
Right. So how the FAA, like, where'd they pull aircraft from? You know,
They only give out confirmed information. You know,
dude, it's Saturday. Jesus, Saturday night. Half of them aren't working.
it's not
Friday.
Saturday night, dude.
Friday night.
Calm down.
Saturday night in Australia.
Oh,
In
okay.
Australia, correct.
Saturday
That's what he
morning in
meant.
Australia. Got it. We're good.
That's what.
Whoa, you got another pet based?
Sorry.
How many dogs are sleeping there, boy?
I know he's snoring. He's me burping. Sorry.
Is that it's GIF now? Sif?
What?
I don't know.
That's what he said. That's what Based said.
Yeah, GIF is now called Sif in the UK. I think it is. I think that's what it's called.
Did you guys see that meme of Trump opening the door to a dungeon cell and it was a black lady inside the cell and she was all scared? And then like she looks at the door again and like Pocahontas and Uncle Ben are standing behind Trump smiling. And then she smiles and like everybody has a happy day. I thought that was interesting. I don't know. Like, is he bringing back like Aunt Jemima's maple syrup now? Like, what's going on? I didn't quite get it.
I don't have any idea. I haven't seen that.
Have you got the clip? Can we see the clip?
I'll share it. It's not a clip. It's just a picture, but yeah.
This Trump thing is pretty funny. I should send it to you, Last Dance, first to have you vet it for me, right?
Okay, what are we talking about?
Something I was thinking of. It's an AI thing. Now I can't because then people are going to say that I'm like it's false information.
It's back chat bullshit when you get a chance.
I won't say it. Will you say it, RW?
Do what?
Will you say that Smokesteve is putting out misinformation or disinformation if he plays an AI generated
that everything's good with
satire?
misinformation? I thought everything's good to go now
I
on the
am.
internet.
YouTube isn't, but I am.
Do you guys follow the Cantaloupe on X? Cantaloupe
Nope.
News? It's a young startup guy that's trying to be like the Onion. And yesterday he went against the Hodge twins or something like that and unsubscribed and said, I don't defend Nazis, or that you don't defend Nazis. And then like all of these Aryan Brotherhood people out of all of the Matrix like descended on this tweet post and were just like trolling him. I didn't realize there was that many pro-fascist people on the internet. Like
X is full of those types.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
It won't let me send it.
Why is it popular again? What the fuck?
No, Twitter's hip, man. They won't let me send it.
What?
Who's that? Who this? Paca's here. All right.
Get in here, boy.
I can't play the tape. I can't even send it to. See, my only method to get it on here is to get it on a DM somewhere, and I can't get it on Twitter. So
is it on Twitter already, and you're trying to send it, or
no? I don't know. It was a text message. I downloaded it, and then I'm trying to DM it to you.
Steve's blacklisted.
Put it on
basically
link on Discord. Maybe you can do it there.
Yeah, he hasn't got a copy link to go onto the back page. So the way to do it is to put it as a tweet. Put it down as a tweet, post it as a tweet, and then pull it as a tweet, and then you'll find that you can copy link it then and bring it into the chat.
Well, what he can't, he's unable to put it in as a tweet, I think he's saying.
You're right. It went onto the Discord.
Okay.
Onto the breaking news. So theoretically, you can go look at
Last Dance there. He scans the internet pretty quickly.
Oh.
I gotta pee, and bring on Peck and get him orientated there, and look at the offensive video too in
No
private.
midget porn,
I'll be right
Paka.
back.
All right, let me see if I can play this.
Oh,
Come on, you sort the
Paka
tech
said we're
out
all
last
adults
time.
here.
Oh,
We
I don't
we
know
know
if
you
I'm
got
in the
it.
group.
That is really poor video quality.
Is it AI?
It will be, I think. Well, let's see. Let me reset it. Let's see if I can share it.
StreamYard really needs to upgrade its user interface. I mean, since it's a paid service, they could really do much better. They're really falling behind with what other mediums offer.
Who's that?
This base StreamYard, like I'm thankful to be able to hang out here with you guys, and it works, but I'm just surprised at how bare bones it really is.
All right, here. I'll try and. Is there any volume setting? No. Well, you might have to turn your volume up to here.
Volume's on the left.
No, it's not.
Let's play. Let's have a
There
look.
it is. It's already at max. Okay.
No volume coming through. Does that make it better or worse? Is my question.
You can't hear anything?
I cannot.
Well, it's frozen at the moment.
I paused it because I heard RW say you can't hear anything.
Yeah, well, we need it playing.
I was playing it, and you didn't hear anything?
Trust me, bro. It's
Play it
not
for a
coming
couple of
through.
seconds just to see. Yeah, nothing.
I don't know how this program works or how this user interface works for sharing.
Well, but you can't hear anything, so there's no point in playing it then.
Yeah, and I'm just curious why the feed would be zeroed out for volume.
I don't know. You didn't hear anything either, Based?
No.
All right. I will give up.
He's looking for his estranged children, John.
Between him snoring and farting, that's unbelievable at the moment, to be honest with you.
Oh, I figured that noise was coming out of his mouth, but it sounds like it's more intense than that.
Well, I am now eating, so that could be something as
Paka,
well.
can
But
you show your face? I wasn't looking if you did. Sorry.
Pick your nose, Paka.
Well, you don't have to.
Get it real crusty.
No, damn it. Now I'm going to kick you off. Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
All right. Good to see you, man.
Welcome back, dude.
all right.
I'm sitting chatting in the comments and no one's biting. I'm putting things in.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm
No
watching.
one's biting. I'm trying to bite.
I know.
How's everything in your world, man?
Well, we're having our Biden years in the UK.
I
Like
thought
to
that's
call
been
it.
happening for a long time now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
All
not
right.
looking good. Personally, I'm focusing on America because it's looking optimistic there.
What's going on, Paka? Hey, Last Dance, did you check that out?
To America to see where it's going.
Yeah, I could play it, but I couldn't get any sound to play.
Got it.
To see who's going, Paka? Which individual?
Well, generally in the West, to look where the West is going, you look at America.
Oh, right. Yeah. A lot has been
Generally
happening quickly
okay.
here.
It's like, if you want a rough lowdown of how the West is doing, look at America.
But then does that mean that this is my opinion? I believe like America is more stable and heading in the right direction now. Is that same thing meant to then rub off in the UK?
Yes,
Well-
I concur, and hopefully yes, because Europe generally is going in the opposite direction.
I would
said,
agree
we're
with
having
you. I would agree with you, but there is exceptions, and the exception was Brexit, and it was a very big exception. But yeah, you are right.
Oh no, yeah, the voice of the people is the same. The general
Yeah, but it
populace
was
are
when that
going the
people.
same way,
It
but-
was that first sign of when people fought back was Brexit, and then obviously
Yeah,
it followed with Trump, etc.
as a
But
general rule,
as a
the
rule,
UK's
yeah, I
voted
agree.
for less immigration for about 15 years now.
But I
How
I
know.
think we've
Brexit?
voted for less immigration at least 5 times, and every time we've got more immigration. So clearly, our system of democracy is not working right now.
I don't
Is it?
feel like in
'Cause
America.
every party that's come in since 2011 has promised less immigration, and we voted for Brexit, which was a vote for control of our borders.
But
Go
you
less
are
immigration.
voting for an individual who then is meant to represent you, correct? Just like our system.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, here I don't
Like,
really
exactly like
believe
your
there's a
system,
connect.
they say we're going to close tax loopholes and make public services work, and then when they get in, they untax their friends, and public services get worse.
Is there any way to remove the middleman? I guess I don't know. It's just like I feel like I'm not really represented. I can vote for somebody, but in the end of the day, I don't really have a say.
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, RW, I don't think anybody's anti-immigration. It's just that there seemed to be this flood with this humanitarian or economic fleeing aspect of it, where they let way too many in at once. So now what used to be, or at least what was perceived as some sort of a controlled level of immigration, placement of people, maybe some people with refugee status, a reasonable number, adding to our culture or country. But then, the Democrats went in and it went absolutely insane. So now everyone's like, no immigration. Like, instead of having this controlled system, regulated, get rid of the people that came here illegally, which even Obama was all for. Hillary said the same words. All of a sudden, they're here and they're staying. It's
I'm not
insanity.
getting the no immigration vibe. I'm not getting that one.
It's not a no immigration. It's just now I feel like that vibe is coming out. Like, people are like, shut it down.
Shut down illegal immigration. I haven't heard anyone say
Yeah.
don't let people
Yeah.
Oh
in.
no, this is the game they play. This is the game they play. They want, as soon as it gets to the point where normal thinking people with 2 brain cells rub together think to themselves, okay, I'm not against immigration. I'm not against people coming here that want to join our system, work hard and better this country and make their own lives better and uplift everyone in the process. Because that's what your system is it not?
In
No
a
one's
sense,
against that. But
it's changed. It's changed.
obviously, if the entire third world flood into your country will not cope.
Right.
You get that, right? Anyone with a brain gets that.
Of course.
Yeah, it over. There's not
That's
enough money in the
the
system
line.
It overburdens public services, basically, any public service.
First and foremost, America should be for Americans. Not a crazy concept,
No.
right? I mean, but
I don't
apparently it
even think
is.
it's a selfish one.
Sorry, someone explain country to me again.
Sovereign?
Steve sounds more based every week. Honestly, I think my job here is done.
Don't leave us.
I
It's
tell
not like
you.
Mary Poppins.
Hey, last dance.
Yeah, put that umbrella away.
I say that on the big political debates I go in,
Uh-huh.
and some people have like turns. Literally, one chap called Reese. He's been on here. Reese was a massive lefty. He was. He turned like completely.
Why? What was the straw? Was there a straw?
We've asked
Or
him.
was it all the
He
bales
basically
falling out of the sky?
he said he could not ignore what he could see in front of his own eyes.
Right.
That's one of the reasons why. And I say things like, "Oh, my job is done here," but when I either beat them in an argument or they turn sides.
I can't take people on the internet seriously anymore. The ability to not see reality that I see. I'm not trying to say that I'm right, but I don't understand where they're coming from and for them to be able to stay in that mindset despite anything that happens, it's hard to even read their thoughts on the internet because it's like it's uncomfortable.
I was just reading on Twitter. It was to do with icing, and they said 150 Democrats voted for DUI convictions for illegals not to be deported.
Voted for what?
I think basically they were saying, because the headline said that this chap had killed a 6-year-old in a hit and run, and at the bottom it said like I think it was if they were being processed into becoming citizenship so that they're not to be deported.
Yeah,
DUI convictions, and this is like, well, why would you vote not to do that?
that's right.
One of the things that was happening in these hearings, I can't remember which person it was. I think it was before Tulsi Gabbard, or RFK. It doesn't matter. They weren't able to understand the concept of illegal immigrants being deported. They're saying so many of these illegal immigrants had no prior convictions for crime, and they're still being deported. And the guy's like, the act of coming here illegally is a criminal act.
Exactly.
I don't understand the disconnect on that one.
AOC said it was a civil offence, and she said this the other day. How could it be a civil offence to break into a country? Even when I was documenting the dinghy divers coming in,
that's literally the federal government.
On the odd occasion, you could hear them reading them their rights. They were reading them their rights, saying to them that you're under arrest, anything you say, and it was just a process.
Yeah, and now here's your visa card, and this is your hotel number.
Well, in the UK, in the UK, that's about it, really. Yeah.
I do agree with you that if somebody is here completely illegally and completely undocumented and entered completely unfettered, they got to go.
So Selena Gomez,
if they were checked in across the border and names were recorded and they were somehow allowed to pay taxes and they're living up to the standard that they were, supposed to, maybe not. But if they came across and they're just in culture earning, under the table money and living illegally, and they came over illegally, no deal.
It doesn't really matter.
The state goes, entering the state illegally should be right up there. Any state should have that rule, shouldn't they?
I mean, saying it's a civil offense is just being idiotic, because the penalty for that civil offense is deportation.
But it's a federal law that they're breaking.
Yes, but it's typically treated. It's for the first time you enter, it's typically treated as not a criminal offense. It's treated as a civil offense, and it's dealt with by deportation.
But also,
which is not a criminal sanction.
But also, they can't legally come back for a very long period of time, I think.
If you come illegally, and you're deported, and you enter illegally a second or more time, then it's a criminal offense. And
I don't think there is no.
You can be in prison. Steve. You can be imprisoned here and then deported after your sentence is up.
And if that honestly is better, then yes, I agree. They're closer to an asylum status.
They're not asylum, though, if they're just fleeing a poor shithole country.
No, what my point is, if they're willing to come back the second time and be in prison here instead of somewhere else, and that's really a better life for them, I'm not going to argue with them. If it's really the truth that they'd rather be in our prison.
Everyone would rather be in a better place, but is it the obligation of the person in the rather be better place to house them, feed them, pay taxes for them?
Well, what do you think of the concept of us using Venezuela or wherever it is, Argentina, as basically a penal colony?
Don't give a shit.
Okay, but our tax money going towards giving them money to that country so they house the people so we don't have to.
Well, I'll give you an example. In Poland,
there are people that go to America and break America's laws.
Well, in Poland, they've been taking fines off the EU. I think it's £30,000, for each one
Yeah.
they don't take because they get a quota. And guess
Yeah.
what? The Polish government said, well, we'll take the fine. Because £30,000 is fucking just literally short change. Obviously, it's not when you times it by 100,000. But
it's got to be cheaper than dealing with all the crime.
yeah,
or
but in
whatever
reality,
else.
Well-
if you just talk about benefits, or talk about rent on houses, and you talk about child benefit and all the other stuff, or then maybe prison, because they seem
When
to
you,
be quite.
when you talk about stadiums not
It's-
blown up by fundamentalists from different religions,
Yeah, but it's not a lot of money then, so they're actually taking the fine. The Polish at the moment, but I think they're
Why
going to put the fine up.
why don't they just get out of the EU?
Well, it's difficult for
because you
Poland.
can't leave. You're
Well,
not allowed to
Well,
leave.
Hockey, you
we
just
left
sounded
when we
like
left.
you just sounded like there's a mob movie where they get a bunch of bikers in the bar, and he says, "Well, now you can't leave."
Yeah, because
basically,
every
it's very
time we got
difficult to
out,
do so.
every time we thought we got out, they dragged us back in. That's because why?
yeah.
So
Don't go there.
Ireland
We left
voted.
the EU. We left the EU in what was it, 2016, right? We can't deport fuckers because of the European Court of fucking Human Rights.
No, we voted on 2016.
We
I
can't
think we
deport
left.
people because of the European Court of Human Rights. Europe that we left
Huh.
in
Is it a different?
2016.
Is it a different organization to be
Yeah,
to allow
we're not
yourself?
beholden to them anymore. We are not
So,
beholden to them at
last
all
chance.
anymore. We can do what the fuck we
I
want.
call them
We're
the
sovereign
the
nation.
ECHR. You would have heard me say a few times. We got to pull out the ECHR and basically copy and paste it and just change it to suit us, and we can put it down as the UK EC. You know,
I mean, it's got to
British
be.
version of the same.
Brexit was hard to leave. It's got to be easy to leave the ECHR.
Of course, it is. It just needs commitment. That's all it needs is commitment.
Yeah, what we need is somebody to come in and say, "This is what I'm going to do," and then on day one when he gets in there, start fucking doing it.
And Farage is not the answer.
No, probably not.
But like you said, you know, the moment it doesn't matter where the UK votes. If we vote Labour or Conservative, we get the same policy. It's exactly the same policy, basically.
Hmm.
So it hasn't mattered who we voted for. So there's been no appetite to vote because they don't carry out anything we ask for.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So Reform are obviously taking that gap, and they've done a quite good job at it. But clearly, Nigel Farage, even though he is as popular as he is in the UK and maybe in America, he is not the man to answer even a few of our problems.
Well, this is the thing now. Because of his association with Trump, and because of the way things are going, he's in quite a good position to possibly get power in 4 years' time, and then he's left with either he does what you and me think he'll do, which is very, very little, or he has to follow Trump and follow his example of, if I'm a strong leader, I can do it. I can evict people from my country because it's my country and I say so.
I recently started
Well, he
following
looks weak.
him, and he is certainly some of his tweets come off as being a based guy, Nigel Farage.
Yeah.
But I don't know him as a person, like to the core, like maybe like you guys do. Is it fake? Is he, or is he really what he says?
So he's a huge narcissist.
That's common with most politicians.
Yeah. You know, like obviously after Brexit, he just backed out of politics completely and disappeared again. He done the same thing to UKIP and destroyed UKIP. Yeah, and
he's a populist. He goes where the votes. He goes where the votes and the chat is.
Yeah.
Well, so in his mind, the wind is blowing conservative now, and that's where he's going. I mean, that in a sense,
he's always been.
That's where it's going for you guys. With your thought process.
But we need a base leader, and he's not that. He's not.
I'm
that.
not sure of his testicular fortitude.
Interesting.
He's very flip floppy as well.
What is it? Clacton? Okay.
I mean, one of the things with the old, is it the Doge in America now, was they found out that £50 million was going to condoms in Gaza.
They debunked that.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
She said it, but it's not. That's not all that was in the package.
It's a place in Kenya, I think, called Gaza.
It's not actually Gaza, Palestine.
It's not the Gaza Strip. No.
Right.
It definitely hit differently.
Was it other stuff like other
50
medical
million
stuff?
in condoms for Africa's all right then.
Yeah, well, it's for
Hey, you are standing racist.
It's for AIDS. It's for AIDS control. So
right, the men that are raping over there are definitely condom conscious.
But I do believe that there's like 45 million for the Gaza Strip for family planning. So
I wouldn't
it's not quite the same
right now.
That
doesn't make sense to me. You're in a war zone that's getting the shit bombed out of it, and we're like helping you not have babies. Like, what the fuck?
Well, because their population has ballooned in the last 30 years.
Not good time for a baby when there's no house.
Don't you find it
agree.
insane that should be an us
Wall
problem?
Street.
All right, Lee, coming on, Lee.
All the problems that Gaza's facing, the amount of babies they're having should be an us problem.
Lee.
Hello.
Wouldn't Israel be the ones giving them condoms? That seems like they're
exploding condoms.
Yeah, it's the different. Come on, man. Damn.
They call it the Yama condom. It's like a Yama condom.
An explosive condom. An explosive condom. The friction causes an explosion with the gel on the inside. So yeah, it blows your cock off.
What? What's wrong? Nobody got pregnant.
Circumcises it. It doesn't blow it off. Calm down.
Can you imagine like the explosive pages and the explosive condoms?
It's bursting.
I want one of those. That sounds cool. Wow.
Well, if it's anything, I like the pages. I didn't like the look of their hands. Their hands looked a bit crooked.
It's Manischewitz flavor.
Yeah, those pagers. When they made them, they were bigger than the ones that had previously been, and the leader of the Mossad was not happy with the results. And the guys who worked on it convinced him that these will be better than the walkie-talkies we had designed, which a bunch of Hamas had the walkie-talkies already. So they ended up, Hamas accepted these new pagers, and then they blew up all the pagers, yada, yada. And then at some of the fucking funerals, when they were happening, they decided, oh yeah, the walkie-talkies, let's blow those up now too. Yeah. So literally, you'll see some of the funerals for the people who got killed by the pagers. Some of the walkie-talkies blow up on some of the pallbearers, which is wild.
And then their cats hit the ground twice. That's brutal.
It's diabolical. Brilliant.
Yes, Steve Inman, the guy who does the commentary for Bits, he says the hot pocket, and they got a hot pocket. Fucking hell.
They got a street address next to the business that was supplying the pagers previously, and then they went and employed in China. The Mossad did this. They employed some of the people from the original pager factory to theirs, which was right there, and then they started manufacturing them, and through their business links, they sold their pages from China, which were made obviously by Israeli special agents, to Hamas and Hezbollah.
They worked better,
but they had to do it all to make it look legit, so they would get accepted, and passed out.
Just to go back a sec, I don't mean to go back over old ground, but just you're talking about immigrants and migration. Did you see the the UK at the beginning of the week released figures from. We've got this place, this organisation called Office of National Statistics,
Yeah.
and they're pretty spot on. And they said by in 2035, in 10 years' time, due to immigrants, our population will rise to 76 million, which is a rise in 10 years of 7 million people. The reason it was news is it was because how are we going to cope with the services? How are we going to, people are going to have to be taxed more, this and that, because a lot of them aren't here to work, that's for sure. But what a rise in the population in just 10 years, 7 to 8 million people. Unreal. And what I was amazed about by the news is that for one of the first time, they were like, yeah, this is because of the people that are coming across the channel. Because usually they try to brush it under the carpet. So
I can tell you right now how
unbelievable.
to raise all that money to cover that and more.
Go on.
Legalize cannabis, tax it, and make it private industry with the government tax of, say, flat for 18% on all sales, and you'd be talking a lot of money, probably $3 billion in the first year.
Oh yeah, you're probably right, actually.
I mean, people are missing the boat on this in your countries over there, man. This is a home run for money.
I think it will come. I mean, if they've done it in Germany now, haven't they? For as long as it's for private use, Germany's now, it is legal to have marijuana. I think it will spread as time goes on, for sure.
Yeah, it's a great way for a country to generate.
Newsflash, everybody: marijuana may catch on.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Here we go. No dead spots.
Screenshots.
That's funny that the pages actually functioned well, and then they blew up.
Okay, so Outlet Office ONS, they've got I've got in front of me here the chances. So the arrest rates in the UK, different nationalities, population adjusted. So basically, you can't see what I'm seeing, but arrests per 1,000 people. So if you're an Albanian, 209 arrests per 1,000. If you're Afghani, it's 106 arrests per 1,000. If you're Iraqi, it's 92 arrests. If you're Algeria, it's 72 arrests per 1,000. Moroccans, 70 per 1,000. Somalis, 64 per 1,000. And the Brits, 12 per 1,000.
So over 20% of the Albanians get arrested?
Correct.
That's insane.
Yep.
I know.
We've got a deal. We've got a deal now. Lee can check this up, or anyone can check this up. We've got a deal with Albania. They're not at war. There's no reason that they literally should be turned around. They should. This is the agreement. They should be turned around and fucked off.
Exactly.
So wait there. But like I said, if we looked at the prison population, which I'm trying to get up, the prison population for different nationalities is huge. We shouldn't be housing any Albanians in our prison system.
No,
yet we arrest 20% of out of 1,000. It's not charged; it is arrests only. Arrest rates in the UK. So,
are we talking ethnic Albanians?
Yeah.
Are they predominantly?
It's like this is what. So I'm going to take a real like I'm not being racist here, and don't worry about what I'm about to say. I'm just about to back it. So too right. No, listen, and it's factual. So once again, if you like basis, if you look at the so the UK government will produce statistics about virtually everything. And a good few years back, the police had the right to stop and search, and it was really to try and cut down on knife crime because it was quite rife. So, but at that point, it wasn't as rife as what it is now. So the stop and search figures were pretty good. Police could just stop anybody, but the one group they were right. They weren't wrong. The one people that seemed to be being persecuted, if you can call it that, were black people, and especially within London areas, this, that, and the other. Now, admittedly, when you've got a group of people that that live in an area, they haven't got as much opportunities as other people. This crime kind of rises and it becomes a bit more rife. So, to be kind of PC and with the black communities saying, it's really unfair, we get stopped more than anyone, this, that, and the other, they changed the law. So no, it's not that, I promise. But when you looked at the government statistics, you found that people that were committing the most knife crime, it was as high as something like 34% were black populations and areas.
Black on black.
Now it's. Yeah. Now, and actually, that's a real strong point base, because once they then stopped it because it was deemed to be racist and black communities were saying it's not fair and the kids this and that, now knife crime's gone through the roof. And like Base said, it was really to help protect themselves, because it's mostly black and black that are killing each other. I think we only had an incident last week where a 14-year-old stabbed a 12-year-old killed him, and it's like, and that's not the only example. So if the statistics definitely prove that, listen, these ethnic groups or whatever they might be, and it doesn't matter whether you're white or black. Well, if a cop has stopped me and said, "I'm suspicious you might be carrying a weapon," if I've got nothing to hide, then I'm quite happy for him to give me a quick pat down and search and on your way. So why do these communities, when they know it's rife in their area, jump up and down about it and make it a racist issue? Because surely they should be going, yeah, I want you to search my 14-year-old son, because I hope that he isn't wandering the streets with a knife. And that just blows my mind, because you just look at the statistics, and you can complain that you're black and you're getting searched more than a white person or somebody else, but the statistics show that those people literally commit more crimes with knife crime, and it just blows my mind. You get these minority of people that seem to have so much power. The amount of lives that could be saved.
Have you been searched?
I've never been searched, no.
So your little example there is not true, then.
No, but if I was, I wouldn't cause a fuss about it. I would be thinking, yeah, good on him. Do you know what I mean? Because he might be searching somebody in 20 minutes' time that's, got a knife, could potentially stab someone that night. It might not take a life, but might make life changes to that person or whatever.
I carry
it's just
a knife
ridiculous
everywhere I go.
But it's probably legal for you to do that then.
Of course it is. It should be legal for everybody to carry a knife.
No way. No way.
Yes.
No. What are you going to do with it?
Scrape some schmegma off of a floor that I'm trying to clean. Stab a rabid coyote when it comes my way.
But faced with, all right then. Interesting. Let's put it another way then, Steve. You're in a confrontation with somebody. Are you likely to pull the knife to make them back off?
No.
No.
Left and right are the primary uses.
And that was the point that I was going to allude to be honest. If nobody's got a knife, then you might have some fisticuffs and knock someone out. Very unlucky if you killed them, but generally they're gonna survive a bit of a thumping. They're not going to necessarily survive a knife into their neck. Do you know what I mean? So if no one's carrying knives, then good chance no one's going to end up dying from it.
So you talk
I don't carry my knife necessarily as a weapon, but it's always there as a little backup.
Yeah. Okay. So there is that mentality that if you really had to use it, you would.
Fuck yes. See, this is the thing. Like, our laws are different from yours. There's nothing illegal about it here. Although I have some illegal knives, because in my stupid state, you can't have a blade longer than a certain amount of inches. But you can if it's related to.
You can carry a gun.
Yeah, you can. And you can also, I can pretty much say that I'm.
I can't have a blade longer than 2.5 inches, but I can carry a sniper.
3.5. 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5. I can't stab you from more than 6 feet away, but I can carry a sniper rifle.
Yeah, and the other thing is here you can buy them. You can buy switchblades and knives and this, that, and the other. It's just what you're allowed to carry. Then it's up here. It's up to the discretion of the police officer whether it's a menacing weapon. Like, how the hell do you tell that?
Right.
Oh, it's
Well,
painted
surely,
black.
like, what weapon isn't menacing?
Right. Exactly.
What's Mayday Parker? I know what Mayday is, but what's Parker?
Top
So
of
that's
here.
that's the only weapon. That's the only weapon you can carry in the UK.
What's that? A lighter?
Disposable lighter. That's it.
Do you know how to use that thing, Wilson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Never heard of
Hey,
it.
I'll tell you what you could though. I'll tell you what you could carry though, Welshie. You could carry a can of aerosol as well at the same time, and then ignite it if you needed to use
No,
it
I mean,
like a
basically,
like a flamethrower.
a
That still
lighter.
takes too long.
A lighter is about the only thing you could sort of carry on your person that could be, seen as a normal object, isn't it?
If you punch someone hard
Yeah.
enough with that setup, it would definitely hurt both of you.
Yeah, but it's all right. Normally, it only takes one.
Yeah.
Right, so what you have to do is think outside the box and think about what it is that you are allowed to carry. For instance, do we all remember those steering lock things that was basically a big chunk of metal that went through your steering wheel
Oh, hell yeah.
with an arm,
Yeah.
a lock? Yeah, you remember them?
Yep.
Fuck yeah.
Yep.
You can carry one of those, right? And if someone attacks you and you thump them with it, that's self-defense.
What about a pen? Can you carry a pen still, or is that mightier than the sword?
Yeah.
A pen, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. You're thinking right now. Yeah. So
What,
yeah,
like Joe Pesci?
if I've got a
Goodfellas.
someone attacks me, and
When I worked at the airport as security,
if I've got a pen in my pocket and
Yeah.
someone attacks me and I stab them with a pen,
they literally
Then I'll
designed
get away with it.
tactical pens.
Yeah, there's another weapon that a lot of people carry, and especially ones that have a handle on the top. Those steel water bottles. One of those things full.
Yeah.
Oh
If
yeah.
you catch somebody right in the head with one of those, especially if you can grab
Swing
it
it from
by
the carabiner, dude.
the end, some of them have like a grip on the cap. You just crack that.
Steve, I seen an Asian guy, a 30-year-old, 40-year-old Asian guy, about 2 years ago, and again attacked by Antifa, right? And he had one of those water bottles, right? And they sort of come out of nowhere. They sort of appeared about 2 years ago, didn't they? And all of a sudden, they were being used in these protests very, very successful,y and it wasn't just like one person using it. There was a lot of people using these like steel fucking containers.
Yeah, there was one guy
we're
in
talking sort of like snooker ball in a sock style.
Yeah.
yeah, they're just like
Yeah,
Like
basically a
quart
blunt
or-
thumb.
like quart or liter sized, 30 ounces. They're heavy. Obviously, they're 30 ounces. They're metal. And the way that water, when it hits them, the concept of like when a truck hits the brakes, like a water truck, all that water can rush to the front, especially if you don't have bellows in the back. Same thing with the little water bottle. You smash that, all that water force transfers right into that person's skull. It's a hell of a weapon.
Remember during the Summer of Love, there was frozen water bottles dropped off at street corners?
I prefer
Yeah,
a
there was
pallet
some
of
strange things that went on then. Remember, we found pictures of piles of stones and bricks and rocks
brick
and shit.
pallets, man. Yeah, literally. That's
Yeah.
It's like, what's happening?
I remember in the one riot on a live stream watching frozen water bottles bouncing off people's heads, and they were frozen. So you can see that would have fucking hurt.
at least they have something cold to press against it afterwards.
Yeah, 500. The 500 CL ones, and the half a liter ones that are just bouncing.
Yeah.
Even if it's not
Jesus.
frozen, man, that would definitely cap first, man. Doesn't sound good.
No, it'll fucking hurt. That would.
It's been pretty quiet here, besides plane crashes.
Oh, planes.
But our protests, they're like 150 people have gathered to protest. I was like, yeah, and I don't care.
No,
No one threw anything
that's
down.
American. Don't forget, that's American.
Yeah, I don't care about protesters. I just didn't want another summer of love, and it didn't happen. So I'm stoked.
Yeah,
I was totally expecting it to happen.
I've always hated the total vilification of protests. Or, what happens is they end up more recently devolving into violence and destruction.
Right, riots.
But
Looting.
the act of protesting itself goes back to the founding of our country. And it's,
Yeah, but they're two different things. It was something that happened quite recently where basically, they would claim that someone got shot, and if it was dark at 7 o'clock, by 7 o'clock there'll be looting going on. Or 8 o'clock there's looting going on. So, that's basically different to what you're, because I understand where you're coming from. Not all protests are violence and all that, but in that succession over that period of 4 years, yeah, it was.
no, I understand.
That Boston Tea Party, I thought that got a bit out of hand when you look back. That got a bit violent.
What a waste.
Crispus Attucks was killed at that. And he was a black man, and he was one of the first casualties resulting in death in the Revolutionary War. Shot during.
He didn't die the next day of a stroke.
Who knows? Back then, there wasn't much going on for health coverage, bro. One shot to the side.
He's got a wheeze. Shoot him.
Giant caliber, slow moving lead ball. That's all you need, and you were done with that.
Do you know how many Capitol Police committed suicide within a week after the 6th? There was I've got a number in my brain.
I've heard
4 or 5.
like 2.
I thought it was like 5.
I think it was 5. And
Sounds
one died.
Like, how does that relate? Do they feel like
No, but they were booked in as suicides. They were literally booked in as suicides a week after.
If you
Within a
just
more than normal.
position, though. More
than normal is all we need here to have a look. Can we agree more than normal?
Well,
What?
I would even venture to say, Paka, 1 would be more than normal because suicide should be
we have a
outside
look?
of normal.
Okay, based on that, should we have a look?
Well, hell yes.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with
Okay.
looking into it. I'm just trying to figure out from the mindset of a police officer if they legitimately killed themselves after that event. I'm curious.
What was
how
the
that
event?
worked.
What was the event?
January the 6th.
Day 6, buddy.
Oh, right, yeah.
So within a week of J6, I think the Capitol Police, 5 members of the Capitol Police committed suicide.
Wow.
Which was a huge sort of. It was a bit like that guy's laptop, the one, the weird alien-looking guy.
Yeah.
From the Clinton government, where a load of them committed suicide or disappeared. A bit like that.
It says 4
questions.
here. That's Newsweek. I didn't dig too deep.
Topple, welcome. Good to see you, buddy.
Topple.
Hello.
We were all a little
Hello.
concerned. Glad to see you're all good.
I don't even live in Philly. We're good.
I wasn't saying anything about that. I was just saying good to see you, my friend.
Thank you. How's everybody?
Pretty good.
Pretty good, man.
All right.
I saw too
Well,
many
cool.
birds on here, so I wanted to overrule them. Put a
Too many
fourth
what?
American on here.
Too
We
many,
need
too many what? British?
America.
America, baby.
Hey,
You're
man.
America, man.
I'm glad you didn't get hit by a plane today, Topple.
Me too.
I was trying. I'll have to push some different buttons.
Oh,
Next week.
dance. You're
Don't
lucky.
joke around
You're
like
lucky that Aphid's not here.
Yeah. Top, do you put anything into this, like 2 in such a short period of time in the United States?
Accidents happen. That just it
Do they
sucks.
happen in threes?
It's just a bizarre
What
coincidence.
happened after 9/11? Didn't a plane go down
Yep.
after 9/11 right
Yep.
into New York?
Yep.
Yeah.
Building
Jamaica
7
Bay.
went down. I know that.
So it just,
Drones. It's the
That's-
drones.
In Queens.
I already see like Twitter's acting up. Like, are these planes being hacked? Oh,
No, there's probably one fatal plane crash at least every week in the United States.
which
Well,
don't afford it. Yeah.
What's funny, they're getting hacked to crash into each other. Not.
Which is still less than fatal shootings in Chicago, isn't it?
Yeah.
On a week fatal plane crashes is still way less than shootings in Chicago.
On
So-
any day.
Where should we be focusing here, people?
Exactly.
Well, that's it. That's a state problem.
That's one of the strongest.
Sorry, I'm
That's
not,
one of the
I'm not just
strongest
picking on Chicago.
gun
Like,
laws.
obviously, it's still less than LA or 50 other cities in the USA.
But
I
I
didn't
mean,
mean
if they
that.
want to run their city the way they want to run it, then let them reap the reward of the murder rate or whatever. What is the
Yep.
worst one? Baltimore?
Yep. I'm
Baltimore's
all for
like
that. I'm all for sitting on
St.
my
Louis.
porch,
St.
lighting a
Louis.
cigar, watching it burn. I'm good for that. You vote the way you want.
No, it's not always that too.
Well, what is it?
Right,
Greg?
gents, I've got to run. I've got an early morning, but have a good week, all of you. Take care.
Morning
All right.
on
Nice one,
Saturday.
mate.
Good talking to you, Lee.
Yeah, I just thought of.
I've got an appointment. All right, take care, guys.
You too.
Nice
Right.
one.
See you, Lee.
I just thought of something now, right? So obviously, a lot of these migrants. Now, I was reading some stories about a contractor saying that these contractors haven't turned up to do the work in the building sites because of they're scared. Well, doesn't that mean that they're employing illegals? And
Yes.
yeah, so if they're not employing illegals, they'll be employing American citizens next. But more importantly, why I brought it up then was because a lot of these illegals or criminals will be now magneted to sanctuary Democrat-run states and counties and stuff. So I think that's what I would do if I was in their situation. I would then congregate where I felt safest, and it would be in Democrat-run sort of areas. So now I'm guessing there's going to be an increase in disturbances and and crime because you're having a lot of wrong uns being magneted to these areas.
Right. I mean, when it comes down to it, a lot of companies have one or two guys that drive around in really nice vehicles that don't do much beside price jobs, and then the fucking work is all done by people who aren't legal.
Absolutely.
Very common with blacksmiths and with masons, a lot of roofers. It is what it is. I've seen it. They are in a AMG or a $90,000 pickup or whatever, the owners, and then the guys are just fucking work hard, kick ass, and they get the job done. It's beautiful, but where's the disconnect here?
I mean, prices will go up. Prices will go up on houses. That's 100%.
Prices will go up everywhere.
Are these guys who are doing the work paying taxes?
Well, of all accounts, they were sending their money home, which is generally what they do. They send quite a lot of their money home to build what they want to build for their houses or their families when they can come back to. So they'll take it for what they can, and then they'll come back to their country and sit back.
But if they're paying taxes, do you have a problem with that?
Me? Not as much of a problem, no.
Do you pay taxes immediately, or do you pay taxes at the end of the year?
Immediately.
No, you can do it either way. You could be a sub and pay at the end of the year. It's a pain in the nuts though, because then you get a tax bill for.
If you're an illegal, if you're an illegal though, you don't pay it though, right?
Not always. If you're illegal, you could sign up. I forget what it's called, but yeah, illegals do pay taxes. That's not bullshit.
But also, if they're not paying taxes on the illegal, then somehow the business owner has to do something fuzzy because there's income coming in and going out that he's lying about, and that makes him now liable for that.
Well, yeah, you get caught, the fines, you could face jail time.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
So that's why they did this. I forget what this. It's a section something. Well, at least in Philadelphia, if you have it illegal and you want them to work for your company, you can sign them up. It's no social security. I forget. They give you some kind of number, but it saves the business owner from being held accountable for fines and jail time.
Huh.
but they still have to file state regulation, whatever your what's the minimum wage is. And in our state, I think it's like $7.75 anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Well, you're not talking about somebody who's like a mechanic, right? You're talking about a laborer.
Labor, yeah, mostly laborers, yeah.
Yeah.
Of all accounts, though, the big supermarkets seem to have it like shoplifting seems to have dropped quite dramatically in the last week.
Is there a statistic about that?
Well, they're suggesting like the stores are quite sort of empty sometimes, and
No, where I live, I don't see illegals shoplifting. I see mostly whites, blacks. I don't think that really has a big factor to it.
yeah.
Because most of the illegals that I've worked with in the past, the only thing they do is eat Slim Jims and drink beer. They don't care about what they're wearing. They don't care about that shit. So, but I understand the both concepts with that though. Like, but there are a lot of illegals that are paying taxes that are not criminals. So, should they be budged on everything? Yes, they're in the country illegally, but
Well, I think how they're saying is if they get caught up in it, then yeah, we're going to process them, but we're aiming for criminals. I think that's how it's been explained to me, how I understand it.
yeah, but I don't. They're at the first phase right now. Again, the criminals. The next phase is where the outrage will come out, where people are going to, like what you just stated. Like there's people stating that they have 26 workers, but only 5 showed up because they're scared. Well, that's your fault for hiring illegals.
Yeah.
And it just now they're gonna. Well, now they'll find a way. They'll find between the lines on how they can get away with it. They always do. Or they're gonna hire.
Hey, Ben!
So
Last Dance is not doing his job.
everyone else is gone.
Who's running this
There
show?
he is.
No.
What is up, dog?
Cheers, everybody.
How are you, my friend?
Doing well.
How was
Hopefully you guys are all too. It was good.
Good.
Let me guess, you got a ribeye.
No, I don't know what it was called. It was like some kind of, it was Italian joint. It was like some kind of chicken ball with prosciutto and cheese and spinach in the middle of it.
Yeah, wow. I used to feed that to my kid when she was a baby. That was like our first homemade meal. We
What?
made up a song for it. Chicken balls, everybody likes chicken balls, because she loved them. Like they were little chicken meatballs with pesto.
Well, it wasn't a meatball. It was like a breast wrapped around it.
Oh,
But that sounds good too.
If it's here, we're only
All
talking about breast.
breast. Wow, so you're talking some kind of like a stuffed chicken breast.
Yeah, I couldn't tell how they did it. It was a ball like this size. There's 2 of them. And I guess they flattened out the chicken and wrapped it around it, but I couldn't find like the seam. So they did a great job.
Jesus, that sounds high tech, kid.
I know, man. I was like, what the fuck kind of highfalutin thing is this?
Nice. I'm
It
glad
was
you
good
had-
though. It was good. It was good.
Well, we missed you covering all the predominantly a lot of plane crash talk. Hard to avoid.
It's Obama's fault. I mean, it's totally Obama's
going
fault.
back there now.
Yeah.
I thought we-
I thought that was obvious to everybody.
I thought it was Bush.
Supporter in chief, Obama,
Mhm.
Yeah, Obama deported a ton of people.
3 million.
He also let in a
Hold
ton
my
and
beer.
deported a ton.
Yeah, that's the bit they don't tell you.
But the funny thing is, like, Biden let in a ton and he wasn't getting rid of any. And this we talked about a little bit last week. Like, was Biden like on board with everything, or were they just like, was he just up there, riding the horse, but the horse was going in the direction that it wanted? You know what I'm saying? Like,
He was a puppet.
yeah. in a
Yeah.
way, right?
I mean,
Not on everything. I
he basically was a passenger for the vast majority of his 4-year tenure.
what, for lobbyists though, or are you talking about
Well,
just
basically, basically,
what lobbyists would want illegals into the country though?
cheap labor.
There's a huge number of non-governmental organizations that help illegal immigration
To
Thank you,
raise
Thomas.
money.
to help them in various ways. Soros dollars
Oh,
go to a lot of these organizations.
Hey,
Of course.
Soros is a great guy.
How dare
got
you
a-
speak? How dare you speak poorly of Soros?
No, he was praising
He's
him.
McGrande's hero. How
Right.
dare you?
You
How
know,
very dare you, Eddie?
I would
I-
Well,
love
if you see him again someday soon.
in the Soros area.
there's
George,
a fine line here.
my hero.
I don't want it to be perceived that we're sending a bunch of vitriol towards immigrants. That's not exactly what we're talking about. It's
Are we really giving that
more
vibe?
nuanced than that, I think, right? Like people understand that, right?
Are we really giving that vibe though?
I don't know. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Well, the bottom line
People are
is,
dropping N-bombs, maybe.
surely the way I look at it,
They're not immigrants.
the way I look at it, anyone that say is in prison and is a criminal apart from it, even committing it, before entering the country or whatever, say they entered it illegally and they've committed one crime, they've got to get deported. I mean, that just makes sense.
Of course.
And now at this stage, I think the American public I've had enough of the bullshit that's been the last 4 years.
Now, I'll take that a step further, based. I'm going to take that to the point of
they've just had enough.
anybody who's entered here and is undocumented, who crossed illegally with no documentation and is completely undocumented, should go. That would be even somebody who has only committed the crime related to their immigration status, nothing else. I think
I was trying to be nice. I was trying to be nice, Steve. I was literally trying to qualify it so that it would take some of the liberals with me, because the reality is, I know, but the reality is, these wrong ones, these proper wrong ones, they shouldn't be in your country. Like they shouldn't be in my country. We've got enough wrong ones. We don't need to import them in. As far as I'm concerned, as soon as they've shown their hand, they can go.
Well, we're
It's
in the
not
process,
about being
bro.
happy about it. It is about being happy about the safety of your country. Yeah.
I just think the volume that was let in was far too high for what we should be expected to absorb, and that because of that discrepancy by the government, that's going to mean we're going to have to be a little bit mean and get rid of some of the people who shouldn't have been let in. As I was talking about earlier, a controlled amount of immigration that happens every year, whether it's a lottery or a sign up or I don't know, whatever other contingencies you could apply to it. It doesn't need to be a windfall of 1.5 million people.
Why is it mean though? Why are you saying it's mean?
Well, because some of those people who got here maybe entering into a somewhat productive life from where they came from, but some of those ones are going to have to go too. That's the mean side of it.
But that's
I'm
to say
not
that
saying they only have to
mean.
be violent criminals. I'm saying it's potentially most, or
Why didn't they go
if
through the
not
port
all
of
of them.
entry? Why didn't they go through the port of entry and claim asylum?
Yeah, and those ones will get their due time, and most of those are going
Because
to be sent
if they claim asylum, if they're claiming asylum, they wouldn't be in this bracket now, would they?
Not
Unless you're
now,
going
but
through a
it's
process.
extremely hard to prove asylum, like to prove your case now. A lot of them are going to be sent away anyways.
Well,
You know,
it's not supposed to be a picnic. It's not supposed to be a green card for everyone, is it? You know what I mean?
No. So
I
my
mean,
point
I
to
know
you
in
again is,
Australia wouldn't want me. You know,
right.
if I emigrate to Australia, I need a house. So the rent needs to be paid. I need to have a job. If I had any kids, the kids would need to be enrolled in school already. I need to have a bank account. I need to have everything, and I need to have authorization from my boss saying I've got a contract for a year. You know, a permanent, you know, job. So I mean, we don't get that in the UK. You just turn up in a boat and you go in a hotel, and they got a fucking dentist in the hotel, and they got fucking
It's
GPs
hard to
in
get
the
to
hotel.
Australia because it's not near anything.
Yeah, but they just, you know, they won't accept Brits out over there. You know, you need to tick a lot of boxes.
Don't blame them.
Exactly in the UK, you just turn up in a boat.
In Australia, when
Yeah.
they turn up in a boat, they make them sit on the boat off the harbor forever, basically.
Well, they kick them back, didn't they? Their
I can't
thing was
remember
to
what
turn
the
them
end
around.
result was, but I remember that boat sat off the shore for a long
Who
time.
shows up in boats to Australia? New Zealand?
No, they were from the north.
Yeah,
They were
coming down
from
from
Asia,
Asia.
basically.
burning.
From Asia. Yeah. Basically, they stick them in two islands, two Australian islands off the coast of Australia, but they're miles away from Australia. They're in the middle of nowhere, and they're like open air prisons. Basically, they
It's
process
probably
them there.
pretty paradise though for an open air prison.
No, I've seen
Aside from the
I've seen
saltwater
footage.
crocodiles,
Yeah,
great
apart
white
from that.
sharks,
Apart from that.
and multiple poisonous snakes, scorpions, and spiders, it's nice.
Blue ring octopus.
That far out on
Basically,
those islands, I'm not sure if they have all that. To tell you the truth, most of the
basically,
Pacific islands don't have any.
Australia have got like prison islands just for these people. So basically, you know, the island really doesn't exist apart from being a prison island, and that's literally not to process them to allow them. That's
There's
just
the
to
Santu
process them
Bikini
out.
Island.
What's that?
Yeah.
Santu
We've got an
Bikini
island.
That's a bad place to be.
It's called Cuba. Guantanamo Bay is there.
How about there's one thing in Australia you can step on a beach that like you die within 5 minutes. It's like this little
The cone.
Snail.
yeah. I mean, what is that? You don't even know what it is. Boom, dead.
It's a mollusk.
Fucking Australia is insane.
The cone shell. Yeah. There's also the stonefish. That sucker's not good either.
Yep.
And the box jellyfish. Oh, look
Right.
at this funny little jellyfish.
The
Zip
ringed
dead.
octopus. Blue ring octopus.
Irukandji, the size of your
Yeah,
fingernail.
that's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
What is that? Does it swim up your dick when you're trying to pee? And it just-
It's a tiny box
My dick.
jellyfish.
It's really
That,
small.
It's so small you can barely see it.
sounds nice.
If you're stung, you'll come close to death, and it will be all pain.
So we get Portuguese man of war.
Yeah, the
We
blue
get
bottles.
those. Yeah, floaties.
We get them all across Ireland and Wales and Devon.
They just
all
blow up on
across
the beaches during the windstorms, right?
Yeah, and like we can get them in huge numbers. You know, obviously there's a lot of like things involved, but most years, you know, you're a year of, and of course you get stung by them. It's like one of the worst, but you know, the reactions, you know, for just pain, not for death, just pain.
That's why I stay out of the ocean.
I love the ocean. A lot of them a lot of those Portuguese man of wars get stuck in the jetties up here. So like you'll be walking out on a jetty with a cross current and it'll be all full on one side of those.
It's not fatal though, is it? These Portuguese, it just hurts.
I think it can be if you get wrapped up hard enough.
But then you have to urinate on the person to alleviate the pain.
I thought that was a old wives' tale. That's actually real.
It's not
I
stopping.
learned about it on Friends, so it must be true. Joey had to piss on Monica when they were on the tropical beach because she got stung by a jellyfish, and it worked.
It's ammonia, isn't it? I think. In your piss.
I usually just
what were you talking about?
Just
Misinformation
to
earlier?
better be safe than sorry, so I just piss on every girl I see.
There you go.
There you go. Aphid was a real man of culture.
That's how we were able to get married so young.
Just trying to save your life.
Straight up R. Kelly over there.
I was
running. I'm trying to help
was saving lives out there.
What's that?
R. Kelly was saving lives out there.
That's right.
exactly.
Uh,
If somebody got
And,
pissed
and
you
Chuck
got the-
Berry, you ever seen the Chuck Berry one where he's got the whore in there and he's pissing all over, and he's like,
I've heard about that.
she wanted to I think it was on Live Leak. She wanted to like make out with him or something afterwards. He's like, no, baby, you smell like piss. Go take a shower.
Huh.
Classy guy.
A very sensible thing to say.
It's an actual video of him doing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
He peed on somebody in a video.
The total. It's here, and it's not very far from here. His house was, 15 minutes away from here.
Oh.
They charge entry.
Nah,
It was
I'm
like
sure
this. It was like this sleazy, like red carpeted room with a hot tub, and she's laying in the hot
The
tub.
bed
he's
looked like a heart
disgusting.
and
So he pissed all over the carpet and
Oh.
whatever.
I don't remember if the carpet was. She was the target in the hot tub.
Man,
Little yellow discipline.
it's not even depraved. It's just disgusting. It's-
Yeah, it didn't seem like there was any reason to it. It was just like
Exactly.
he was like humiliating her basically.
Oh, everyone has their own little
hey,
kink.
Fizz, it's progressive. Allow it.
Is it just progressive?
Johnny B. Good. Yikes. That's one of his songs in case you younger guys.
He was doing that duck walk.
Duck walk's better than the goose walk, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
That's a classic libertarian would say. No one was harmed. As long as no one's harmed, it's all good.
Oh,
I saw,
I
I
would
saw
agree.
a title of Gitmo being used again. They're opening up Gitmo for deportation stuff.
Yeah.
What about these big structures they're building in Texas for it?
What? I
Huh?
didn't hear anything about that.
The concentration camps?
Big tent.
That's not what they're
That's
called.
Are you eating
COVID?
last and some cabbage?
What?
Sort
I
of.
could hear something noshing in Last Dance's teeth.
Sounds like a body in here.
What vegetable is it?
It's
It's,
Topher.
it's noodles and looks like green beans and carrots.
Noodles, green beans, and carrots with
Wow.
like a tasty soy and like glaze sort of
Tasty.
mirin.
Yes.
Sounds so much better than my prosciutto wrapped in a chicken breast.
I don't know. Is there mozzarella cheese
Sounds-
involved in this?
Sounds better to me.
Wow, yeah, Last Dance, you're brainwashed.
What? Brainwashed.
Get some steak down here.
Get some steak, exactly, homeboy. No, it's fine. Enjoy the green beans and noodles. It sounds great.
Thank
What
you.
kind of noodles? Like ramen or like spaghetti?
Lo mein.
Lo mein.
You got a
Not
little soy sauce on there too?
Soy boy.
So, moving on to the next subject.
He does. I know he does.
Soy sauce.
Remember that we were supposed to be eating bugs by now, and that kind of didn't happen. Is anyone disappointed?
I never had a bug.
On
So
purpose.
Yeah, you
Well, I'm
won't
sure
know
we-
it. They sell it to you as dust foam in your pack in your food now.
And you what?
have you guys ever willingly eaten a bug?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
sell it in
Yeah.
dust foam.
I would.
I've did.
There's a whole type of cuisine in Mexico that features like insects.
Mm. Sounds
I mean,
affordable.
that's why they're all fleeing here.
It's-
Ah,
it could be part of the equation.
that's why
And
they're.
there's one of the bug eaters right there. I'm a vegan. LD, do you have any?
No,
good
I don't
celery?
have any good celery.
That's
Yeah.
That's
Celery's the worst.
Peanut butter.
if I had a nickel for every time somebody asked that question,
You
Or
have-
celery. Dude,
I'd have a nickel.
Celery
Yeah,
soup.
nickel. Is that your lady, Last Dance?
No.
What What do you say?
I'm pretty sure his lady's
No,
tag
she's-
is
This lady's
I'm a
not a
carnivore.
vegan.
Yeah, she's not a vegan.
No, she's
not
not.
one of
She's not a
us.
vegetarian.
She's one of us.
She
Yeah,
eats meat.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is somebody just messing with you.
He's been here before.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's actually a vegan. They're actually too scared to chime in.
No,
Yeah.
they're not. They're not a vegan, but they've been here before.
All right, they've been here before. I still think it's one of us, somebody we know.
That's all good.
He
Even if
knows.
Even if it's Cankle.
Well,
Yeah.
just
One more for
click-
the algorithm.
Cankle. That is really funny, RW. I think it's
His
Crinkle.
feelings.
They
Not his
got
feelings.
ankles.
No, I mean, that's funny because Cankle is kind of a derogatory term. That is beautiful, man.
no.
Well played.
The age of the account is older than the pub.
Oh,
cool.
That's impressive.
you better put some respect on that name then. Jeez.
Talk
I'm a
about the
vegan?
long game.
Just barely, just by a month, actually.
It's
Is that
last
who you're
dance.
talking
That's
about? I'm
why.
a vegan?
Yeah, the account was February of 2020.
It's last dance. That's why. He logs on to his other account.
I'm not just older than the pub. I'm older than the internet.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think Last Dance would say LD. He wouldn't call himself LD.
Yeah.
That's not Last Dance. This is.
I can
this
respect
is-
Last Dance's comment because he probably worked with the internet when it was like military only. So
Yeah, I'm gonna figure out who this is right now. I'm gonna say this is.
We're tr-
I was on
this-
Usenet in the 80s. So
on
What's-
what?
what was Twitter at the time? It was called Usenet. It was
I have figured it out. I'm a vegan is Hayden Hewitt.
Yeah, right.
I know it's not. I haven't figured it out. I don't know.
He's too big now to show his face around here. So
I saw him respond to Drone Tech's message yesterday. So he's still making noise here and there.
Oh, he is. He's still on the block. He's the man. Who's gonna buy that movie and then like share it with all the rest of us so we don't have to pay for it? Sorry, Hayden. Love
I
you.
think it's Aphid's turn to buy stuff.
well, I'll buy it for sure.
Aphid-
Well,
yeah, you buy it because Aphid ain't buying shit.
Yeah,
Probably get it for a good
I
deal.
mean, if there's some way I can find it for free on the dark web or something.
find it on a hot stick.
Maybe for a buck or two, but
Yeah, nah, I mean that's kind of pushing it.
yeah, right.
If I can pay cash, I don't want to put nothing on the internet.
What? Hayden has movies that makes people pay to watch? What
No,
what's
but
that?
he made that last movie, and it hasn't been picked up by anything. So if you
He made
can,
made a full-length feature film
yeah,
Oh, really?
called Kara.
Oh, I thought there was a movie already called that before. Or that's Carrie. Never mind.
Harry, right. That
Now I
was
see what he's trying to do there.
yeah, he's
He's trying to jump off Stephen King there.
yeah.
He's not. He's not.
Yeah, he is.
Don't
Ooh,
suggest
wait,
that
it is-
here and a thing that he started and allowed me to have the.
Well,
reign
Hayden doesn't
on.
like me anyway, so
It's not anything like Carrie. It's about this chick that goes psycho and kills people.
and then, is there blood dropped on her at the end of the movie or anything?
What color hair does she have?
Wait, was Carrie the one with the '57 Chevy that killed everybody?
No.
No, that was Christine. That's a great movie, though.
Oh, all right.
Come on, you need to know your Stephen King.
I think
Yeah,
Christine's
right.
better than Carrie.
Christine was the name of the car.
Yes.
And the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the movie.
What did you think it was called? Last Dance. The car that killed people?
I think it was a '57 Plymouth Fury, is what that was. I believe.
No way. It was a '57 Chevy.
No, it wasn't a Chevy. It was
I
a
thought it was
Plymouth.
a Chevy.
Nope, it's a Plymouth Fury. Look it up.
Now you're gonna have to.
What? It had those.
I'll
huge,
bet the farm. I'll bet the farm.
You know what?
on
I think Aphed's right actually.
They had
Your
those
farm?
huge
Someone
fenders
else's
on the
farm? Whose
back.
farm?
Those huge wings. Wasn't the '55? I know that. The '55 was much more muted. Are you looking it up?
I think Topple is.
Hey, Smokesteve, when's the last time you looked at all your videos to see your most watched one count?
It's a 1958
couple
four-door
weeks
red
ago.
Plymouth Fury.
I was off by a year, but I was pretty damn close.
You're wrong.
I
Fuck you.
told you it was a '58 Fury.
Plymouth Fury.
I thought it was
right
a
with the Plymouth Fury. but wrong about by 1 year.
So you're wrong, and that's all we'll take away from
No, I
this.
mean if that's, I think it was a mistruth.
No, I was wrong. I said 57 Chevy. I was way off. But a good movie.
Beautiful car, though.
I don't know if it was a great car, but the
The
concept
beautiful
was cool.
car, I'm saying.
It was possessed.
Oh, just stop.
They ruined like 12 of those cars for that movie.
When was
Did
that?
you like the
What year was
concept
this?
of the possessed car when
I did, yeah.
it pushed this seat forward and crushed the guy against the steering wheel, the driver?
1983 RW.
The first scene.
83. So 13 vehicles.
No,
were
the first.
You weren't even born yet.
No, the first scene, the guy, it's like he dies of carbon monoxide poisoning or something. It's the black guy. He ashed in the
Why
seat.
always got to be the black guy that has to die first.
Exactly.
The
How
Boston
much
Tea
money do
Party
you
or
think
where
they
the
paid for
hell.
that many cars back then?
Yeah,
100,000?
Christmas addicts.
No, that was back in the mid '80s. They probably. Well, I mean, for that many, yeah, probably 100,000.
Right.
If there was that, but there's probably like 7. I bet 12 is probably a little too much.
They destroyed a lot of Dodge Hemi Chargers for the Dukes of Hazzard.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, they
It's
probably did
amazing you said it. 'Cause I was
probably
thinking,
100. Probably
Yeah, and
100.
those now sell for big dollars, dude.
Yeah, that
Because
was
they
a
got
great
rid of
car.
most of them on that show.
What was the car with? What was the movie with Burt Reynolds?
That
Smoking the
would be
Bandit.
Smokey, yeah.
That
Or
sounds right.
Cannonball?
Cannonball Run.
Cannonball. What did they drive in Cannonball?
Oh, I don't know.
I
this
don't
dude.
know. I don't know what he
Trans Am?
drove in. Was it a
Or
Trans
was
Am?
it a Camaro?
Firebird?
No, it was in Smoking the Bandit. It was a Trans Am. I don't know if that's what he drove in Cannonball Run.
Challenge. Blah, blah, blah.
Cannonball Run wasn't really about his car.
No, it wasn't.
The hotter car was the one with the chick with big boobs who drove the Lamborghini. It was a Lamborghini Countach.
That was
Is that the one where he skips it across the lake?
That was in one of the movies, but I can't remember which one. Not the first one.
Did Burt Reynolds drive the ambulance in that movie?
Oh, wait.
See, this is what I'm saying. Like, there's more than one Cannonball Run. Was the ambulance in the first one or the
There's
second?
2. This film and its sequel. It also
Mama
featured Jackie
Vegans
Chan.
is lighting up the chat over here.
Oh no, you got Cannonball was 1976, the Gumball Rally 1976, Speed Zone 1989. They were also based on the Cannonball Run road race.
There you go.
I can't
Maybe
find
I-
the vehicle.
I'm probably thinking the Trans Am then in Smoking the Bandit.
There you go.
Yeah, because it looks
Yeah.
like a Ferrari or something in the picture of this Cannonball Run movie.
I had that Trans Am. Mine was gold though.
Yeah.
That's the one that got the first boob in. I think I told that story last weekend.
Yep.
Crashed it on the way home.
Only one?
Boob, boob.
Well, I got 2.
Okay, there you go.
Double boob. All right. Gold Trans Am with did it have a Firebird or anything on the hood?
Yep.
They
Had
all have that?
T-tops. We didn't use the doors much.
What color were the rims on that thing?
I feel like they were like a gold honeycomb type thing.
Gold rims.
Well, I don't know if they were gold, but they were like silver and gold, like painted. I don't know. I'd have to look at the. It's the ones that come on it. Like they were like honeycomb looking ones.
Tight. Reminds me of an old BBS rim I can think of. Very nice.
I had some BBS rims that were sweet too.
I bet.
They were I had a Jetta with a VR6 in it. That was a neat car.
It's dandy.
Had body kits on it around the time that Fast and the Furious. It was right before that came out.
Have you drawn it?
No, I have not drawn it. I probably got a picture of it somewhere though.
What vehicle would I buy for myself? I'm a vegan asks if money was no object.
I already answered that for you in the chat. You don't have to worry about it.
What'd you say?
An Italian Isetta.
Negative. I would probably get a like $5 million, limited release
Can't drive that around.
hypercar.
Oh, excuse me.
What?
Hypercar.
Oh.
Something that you could sell someday and make yourself
You would
set
buy
for
it just to drive it, take
I
a
get
picture, and sell it.
I get that Gullwing Mercedes from like the late 50s, early 60s. Those
yeah,
things
that
are
thing's like
those-
35-40 million. Dude.
I know, and that thing is sweet looking too. That is a
Goldwing
sweet
what?
I
looking
think
car.
it's an SL. I can't remember the number,
I think so.
but
What
it's
was 300 SL Gullwing, according to
That's
Cup
it.
of Tea.
300
That is a
SL Goldwing.
beautiful car.
Oh, with that's a James Bond car, right?
yeah.
No,
I think it's in
no, I don't
it's in
think so.
like a stainless steel
Is it?
color.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
even
like
know
a
if it's
silver.
painted. It's like
I
the
think
color
it's
of
silver.
metal.
Man, that's a beautiful car. That Lamborghini Miura, I think it's called. That's like the first supercar. That car's beautiful too. And those are like $10 million.
Chump change, bro.
Yeah, either one. All I'm saying is, if given the choice, I'd take like the most expensive car just for resale.
But then money is an
That's
object.
working it.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, but I don't care about anything else, and the fam, right? Isn't that every father's thing? Take care of your people.
I mean, you should pick the car. The rule should be pick the car that you most want to enjoy.
Yes.
Toyota Previa, 1990.
Money.
van?
Yeah. That thing's a tank, man. Super fast. No one sees it coming. Lasts forever.
What do you get? Like $6,000 for it? Come on.
No, it's priceless. Probably can't sell it.
That's a better question. What is your favorite car, Smokesteve?
Favorite car? Probably say something along the lines of like a McLaren.
McLaren, really?
Yeah, just so that no one else can drive with them. It's the only one in the car.
They make two-seaters.
Oh.
There's a few Lamborghinis that are really nice.
See, I'm so simple. Mine's a 68 C28 Camaro.
Why 68?
I like that year. I didn't like 69.
Ah.
Well, what about 67?
67, I didn't. The Z28, the let me clarify, 68 with the Rally Sport edition. I don't think Rally Sport was an edition in 67.
67.
My dad's first car was that orange pace car. I think it was a 69 Camaro. The pace car for NASCAR.
I think it was because the 69 has the sharper lines, and I think it was the sharper lined one.
I thought it was really ugly, but he loved it.
Oh, really? Oh, that's a beautiful car.
The orange internal with the soft leather convertible. Just I don't know. It's very different.
But that was an SS though, right?
Hmm.
That was a Super Sport, right? I think
Or
it was.
it the
I
Z28?
remember it was fast.
I think it was
LZ-1.
I think it was a 350.
It was LZ-1 engine, whatever that is.
Oh.
You talking about this bad boy right here?
That's a 67, I think.
Oh,
67 or 68.
For Topple's one?
Yeah.
That might be a 68.
It looks like a 68, but I want mine yellow with black racing stripes.
The Bumblebee?
Yep.
Rock on,
My dad had 2 or 3 of those when I was a kid.
Damn, he's rolling.
One of them was
I fell in love.
One of them was the race car.
This one's AI. It's AI. I can't show it.
What?
Could you imagine just having the father or the dad work and be able to buy that many vehicles? I mean,
he didn't have them at the same time. Are you
I don't
talking about
even
my
care.
dad? My dad was all the cars, even those cars were, pieced together.
Yep. thrown up.
Like they were never like show cars. They were fast. 'Cause my
They're
dad
always
liked to go
being worked
fast.
on.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Do you still do all your own brakes and everything, Aphid?
I mean, I'd like to say yeah, but no.
You pay
Luckily, I got
somebody.
my dad's friends. I have some connections that own shops, so I can have them inspect my cars and
What do they
fix
charge
them.
you for a set of brakes?
I don't even know.
Well, it depends on what you need.
I mean, yeah, if you're buying them to do it yourself, you're paying at least $400 for the brakes and rotors.
Right, but to have somebody else do them, double that.
I would think
Yeah.
so.
Well, not $800. I mean, if you do it
That's
yourself.
what I just paid.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Is it that much? Maybe
For
it is.
what?
I don't
Really?
know. But
For
if you do
what?
them yourself, you can do them for way cheaper than that.
You can get the parts from
As long as you have the tools.
AutoZone for like the average vehicle for like $350 or 4, drums, pads, rotors, the whole 9 yards.
This is the
Maybe-
cheap.
Yeah, just
Huh?
nothing brand name, just whatever Amazon has to offer.
Is this the Jeep you're talking about?
Well, yeah, we paid somebody else to do it.
Well, you $800.
Yeah.
All four?
Of course, we didn't do 3.
Oh. Well, you could do 2. Yeah.
You could do 2.
I know. Usually it's the fronts that go down way faster, but
Yeah.
I
That's
don't
probably
know.
about right. That's not all 4 for. I mean, that's 200 each one. I mean, if you got everything done.
I definitely have the mindset that if you're going to go in to do something, you get it all done at the same time. I mean, if I can't afford it, I guess it's one thing.
Man, if
But
it ain't
like
broke,
when you do your tires and stuff,
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep.
I don't know. The car is the one thing that like I don't want it to fail. It's just if the tractor or something fails, I can walk to my house and deal with it.
Well, I just had this with my work van. I hit 75,000 miles, and the warranty or the dealership wanted to change out my trans fluid, which I was like, I thought you never do that unless, like, you open that seal, you're gonna fuck it up later on. So it's under warranty, so don't care.
You can change your transmission.
Yeah,
fluid.
but I was always told you don't touch it if there's no problem with it, though.
Well, I mean, if you got it up in miles, you want to change that tranny fluid for sure.
Oh,
Yeah, it's definitely
tranny fluid?
tranny fluid.
Why I would never.
Don't
That's
be a
the
bigot.
key in LGBTQ.
Not in this house. I need alcohol.
This is a little bit of a different topic, but I'm curious for the panel here. Are you
There we
comfortable
go.
with firearms and shooting them?
Absolutely not.
Is your significant other comfortable with firearms?
Are you comfortable with lying, Topple? Yes.
What? No,
Yeah.
I ban
Is-
firearms altogether.
Is Topple comfortable with lying? What kind of question is that?
He identifies as an honest man.
Exactly.
He's a trans liar, trans honest man.
As long as both partners are trained, I would say no. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm about to teach my wife how to shoot, or just get her comfortable with a gun, so that if
Absolutely.
there ever is a scenario, it's like you're not afraid of it.
Start with a shotgun.
No, I'm talking Glock 9mm, man.
Oh, it's handgun. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what are you crazy? Shotgun? That thing's like
What?
boomstick. Go
Yeah, you
with the
can't miss
little
with
one,
that
the
sucker inside.
niner. The niner is
If you're
perfect.
protecting your household, what are you using?
It's a-
If you
well,
live on a farm,
how far is the
Well,
shot?
duck gun.
well, are they running away from you?
Are they running towards me?
Well, yeah. How about that?
Well, if they're coming up the hill, probably 30-06.
Jesus.
Well, okay.
What
We're
kind
not-
of
we're not-
30?
we're not
You got
planning
an
for these
M1? A
contingencies.
Garand? Is it a Garand? M1 Garand?
What
No,
is
none of those.
what
Not
is
too
that?
far from here, the neighbor has a World War I rifle. We fired that.
A Lee
Man, that barrel
Enfield?
got hot as shit.
Oh, a Springfield? The original?
I'm not sure what it was. It was the British one.
Oh, a Lee Enfield.
I'm not sure what it was called.
Did it have a
Heavy as
clip?
hell, big ass bullets, and after you fired 2 or 3 of those rounds, man, make sure your hand does not touch that barrel.
Yeah, that's a Lee Enfield, bro. I've shot one of those before. They're fucking awesome. You could split
Yeah.
a tree in half in 5 shots.
What
We
is
got some
North
powers.
Carolina's laws? Stand your ground? Do you have castle doctrine? What do you have?
They
I
got
don't
it
know. They
all,
have
bro.
don't come on my property, and
Well,
that's as far as it ever goes.
what's that?
You don't
Yeah,
go on
that's
someone
right.
else's property
Shoot
here. So whatever the rules are, I don't know what they are, but whatever they are, they're definitely in your favor.
Are they? Okay.
You just shoot him and bury him on the property. Nobody
Yeah,
ever
man,
knows they
sounds good.
existed.
It's good for the
No,
garden.
no law gets involved. They just become fertilizer.
Well, no. If
Just don't make sure you don't hit the masons.
RW, are you nice like if an errant deer hunter accidentally follows a deer onto your land, or are you heading out with the old, 50 BMG to take them out?
If a deer hunter comes here, they fucked up.
It's that. Well, I mean, wow, okay. Yeah, sounds like we're talking about a little of the old.
uh-oh. Damn, Joe. What kind of operation do you run on your farm there that you're concerned about people walking onto it?
I just harvested the Jerusalem artichokes. I don't know if you saw that. Got some more figs coming and some elderberries.
Do you grow any non-biblical fruits?
Non-biblical fruits. Elderberry is a biblical fruit?
I don't know. I was just making a joke because
I'm pretty sure I do.
Pretty sure.
That was
RW, have you ever asked anybody to squeal?
Not like a pig.
right.
I'm more of a man of culture. I prefer like a nightingale or a southern crow.
Or better this, RW, does your wife feel comfortable in guns, or she's never touched them?
She's Australian, so I mean, they just don't think about guns. But I just want her to be comfortable with it and know how to use it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And what age do you think you'll train children?
Well, my boys, 6 and 10, they're already shooting 22 rifles and stuff.
Yeah.
I want them to get comfortable. Their hands aren't big enough to use the 44 Glock, the 22 caliber Glock, but I want to see that they have a head on their shoulders and understand what it is, why it's used. Because I don't like what I see the youth becoming in the world that I'm watching.
You're not going to give like 9s with switches on them?
Do what?
Safety?
Switches.
On the Switch, it makes them fully auto.
That's what kids are carrying around these days.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no.
On their Glocks.
Well, those are the hardcore kids.
Oh.
The normal kids are just carrying regular Glocks with high capacity.
Regular, yeah.
I mean, if you find one of them kids with the Switch on it, that shit is. I mean, I've never shot one. Have you, Topple?
Never shot a gun in my life.
No, I mean an automatic gun.
Yes, I have.
Is it hard to control? It looks
depends on what you're firing.
Dude.
Depends on what you're firing. AK.
Well, that 9. When I've seen those 9s fired, it looks like they want to drift up. It's like
it's the recoil pushing back, and
the guns aren't that heavy.
Well, but when you're blasting out one round after another in a short distance with that recoil, your hand's going to go up. And you're also talking about kids that never go to a shooting range that understand position of their hand when you shoot. Like, most people
you don't put the box on here, Topple. You put that box away.
Yeah, it's
and they don't. It's spraying. It's not even aiming for a target, so they don't really care.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
the
problem.
Theoretically, I don't know which would be better in a short distance battle, because like the guy with the switch is like dumping his whole clip and then kind of struggling to reload. Meanwhile, the guy with the single shot could be aiming more. So it's sort of it's a tough one. I mean, I think you could do good with either one.
I'd say
But
it has to do with the length of the barrel.
I'm
Oh.
just talking in a straight up like gunfight. Like the switch, I think it has some advantages, but it's not like
Just throws
as
everything at you.
devastating as an automatic rifle per se. You know what I mean?
But
Devastating from like 4 feet, maybe.
Oh hell yeah! Inside of a range, it's going to be.
Oh yeah.
But it runs out so quick. So if you shield that barrage and you're the guy with the single shot pistol, you got to shield yourself and then jump out and kill the other guy. It's a tough
I'm just
one.
glad I don't live in Philly.
In war, do they use automatic weapons when they're shooting for aiming, or do they use it for other reasons like suppression?
My understanding is it's 3-round burst or single shot. The only
Yes,
time you're going to do full auto is if you're doing cover fire.
exactly. So the
But
best bet.
even then,
first-
3-round burst is more logical.
What's
Unless
that?
you're literally picking it up over the edge.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry for the gun tangent, fella. I was just curious where your spouses were at with all that.
Well, my spouse is better than me, so she grew up on a farm too.
Oh, really?
Yes.
She's a good shot?
Yes.
That is so incredibly hot. With all due respect, of course.
Calm
I
down.
think if you're going to have them in the house as is, everyone in the house that's old enough should be able to clear a weapon if needed. That's the way I
Sure.
always look at it, to make it safe.
Yeah, grandma has to know how to reload magazines. That's how we have it.
Wow, not bad. Grandma.
Yeah, speed loaders make it easier though. It doesn't hurt her nails.
Like AFED, he has a gun in his house. No one knows how to load it because he doesn't have a magazine for it.
I got a magazine for it.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you didn't.
I don't have no bullets for it.
No.
Oh well, I shouldn't be saying that in case somebody sees this and I get stuck in a situation. I mean, yeah, I mean, I've rectified that situation. That was a while ago.
Hey, we all know you read The Art of War.
I got a ample supply of ammo for that weapon.
Sung Tzu.
Get landmines around my house.
Yeah, I hear you.
No,
If
but
you're in trouble, just call the police, right?
what
Hey,
is-
what's your
for
turnaround
you?
time?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, RW, what's your turnaround time if you had to have the cops at your house?
Cops? You mean the
Yeah.
one sheriff?
Oh, there you go. The one sheriff.
It depends on if he's at the bar or like at the Masonic Lodge or what he's doing. It could be a while.
See, ours is pretty quick here. All the domestics me and my wife get in, they're just here like that. No.
Yeah.
Speed dial. Right on.
Yeah, it's probably 2 minutes in my town.
Yeah, that's mine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Or,
Or
you know, like
less.
any town here in Massachusetts in this zone, it's fast.
I would think Last Dance could probably beat you and have it under 2 minutes.
They make a point to have officers on patrol around the neighborhoods. I mean, it's a good police force is there to serve its people, and they should be to their calls in a prompt time. And if they're not, they're, doing a bad job.
I'd say in Eldersburg it was 2 to 5 minutes, probably 5 minutes because they had to fly in from like 2 miles away.
Topple's making out with his dog again.
No, she just wants me to go to bed.
Is that the rat?
Yes. I only got one.
She put on some weight, huh?
Winter. She always
Yeah,
gave
look at that. Look at those rolls on the neck. Her.
There, I don't even see a neck.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That collar.
she's not that big.
She's huge. What is
Can't
she?
I can't believe they
going
make.
on, my 500-pound dog.
You had a special order that collar, didn't you?
Pounds.
Yeah, look at this thing. Watch out, she might eat your face.
No, she loves me.
What's her name?
Lola.
Oh, she's a sweetheart.
I'm seeing
Now
way
that
too
I
many.
heard her
I'm
name,
seeing way too many red flags.
I can't insult her anymore.
She's a tranny dog. I don't know what to tell you.
She's a transvestite.
Yeah, that's why we call her Lola. You call them
Oh,
Lola, right?
oh boy, a tranny.
The Kinks.
Oh,
Better
yeah.
than
Lola.
the Beatles.
Lola, what you doing? Lola.
No, she gets like this because she wants to go to sleep, and she sleeps between me and my wife.
Did
She's
you
my
meet?
little cock blocker.
Did you meet her in a bar in North Soho where they drink champagne and it tastes just like cherry cola? Or why'd you name her
We
Lola?
rescued her, and her name. They told us her name was Lola, and we didn't want to change it, so we kept it.
She's adorable. I can't hate.
I always rename animals. I don't know. Usually,
What's that?
anytime we get an animal here, whether it's like a donkey or a goat or whatever, they usually have
We've
names.
never
that-
got a donkey or a goat.
You'll get there. It just takes time.
What, do you have donkeys and goats?
Yeah, we have a donkey. We have a pony that's probably going to die by the morning.
Ugh.
Well,
We have goats. we have-
RW, get the donkey. Let's fucking go, bro. Where's
what are
the
we talking
fucking
about?
donkey?
What
are
is
we talking-
donkey used for?
I need a donkey on my pub.
Next pub, I'll have to go out to the field and we'll get a donkey on the pub.
Where's the donkey, man?
So, what are donkeys used on a farm? I really don't know.
Back in the day for pack muling and pulling plow,
Yeah,
we
but
just
now,
had it as a companion animal for the pony.
okay. Because my neighbor, when I used to live somewhere else, our neighbor across the street had one donkey and a bunch of bison for some reason. It was
They're
weird.
pretty cool, actually. Bison are pretty cool.
But in PA, though, it was kind of weird seeing.
They can definitely handle the cold.
Yeah.
Mom also likes it when she looks out, the donkey and stuff in the field, and then the like mountains behind it and stuff. It was definitely a aesthetic. It seems like an expensive aesthetic value, but it totally makes it a different experience.
And I just never understood. They had a donkey, and every fucking morning was like a what's that bird that fucking does the morning?
The rooster?
Oh, rooster, yeah. Male. Was that a male chicken?
Yeah, that's right.
Damn, Topple, you're scaring me, dude.
Man,
I'm not. I'm a city boy. I'm not from the.
Oh man,
look at the big brain on Topple.
I'm sorry.
yeah, that's true. Farms is right. They're also used for protection. They'll keep the coyotes and stuff out, which we have a lot of. I have
Oh,
my
really?
camera up in the woods. I'll share some stuff if I catch it. Should be some bear and coyote and stuff.
Topple, you know what that ball of fire is up in the sky in the daytime?
A plane crashing down.
Well, these days,
Oh.
Where is the
since
donkey
Obama's
right
been
now?
president.
Let's
It's
get the
Bush.
donkey.
It's Bush's fault.
If I get on my phone, it's just raining and cold, man. I don't know if I can do it.
It's the rain. I understand. It's raining out here too.
Okay, Smokesteve, you rather have a dog or a donkey?
He'd rather have a donkey than me. That's what I'm hearing.
No,
I can understand that, though.
Nothing, because they all shit, and I don't want the shit in my fucking yard.
Dude, but the
problem.
shit is so good for the garden. Your raised beds would like double.
I don't want that. You
First
get
world
worms.
problem.
I use nutrients, casings, worm casings, all that sort of stuff.
And also, like, but you're a Democrat, right? Sort of.
What?
I don't know. Is it sending the wrong signal to your neighbors if you have a donkey in your yard?
What is that hat you're wearing?
Oh, sorry, that's you, man.
Oh, that's supposed to be me. Okay.
Looks just
Beautiful
looks
red
just like
beard.
him. That's, I mean,
Very
That's the
crisp,
comparison.
it's a spitting image.
good looking man there.
I didn't know
Me?
how big your beard was going to be. I just went with it.
Thank you. New book. I've gotten some positive response from the females, mainly my wife.
Yeah,
For
I'm
what?
telling you, dude.
My wife hates
Beard.
my beard.
Did you
She
not?
what?
Oh yeah, you had a goatee for a long time, didn't you?
Bingo.
You finally stepped out of the '90s. Sorry.
I don't know.
Yeah, the goatee is definitely not.
Topple, you rocked the goatee, haven't you?
I did for like a hot 3 months, and I just like I can't do this. I look like a douchebag, so I made myself look like a
Self-
bigger douchebag.
Self-proclaimed.
Well, I
I
wasn't
just-
allowed to shave for. I had to shave all the time because that's how my wife was. She's like she hated facial hair.
My wife
That's why
does
she
too.
always shaves her face.
No, well, she's like you look so much older when you have a beard. I'm like I really don't care anymore. And now I'm getting the gray in there. I'm like I don't care. I just don't care.
I can't relate.
You don't have no. You don't got no grays.
I'm guessing Aphid's wife is all for the beard too.
No, she don't like it.
What?
And she hates the mustache in the summer even worse. She says I look like a porn star.
Well, I mean, teach their own.
Well, I don't know about a star.
Yeah.
Just got to grow that mullet out now.
I look like
Ouch.
I look like a side guy in a porno movie. Is what she's
You need to grow your hair out and then grease it over the top. That'll really make
grow
it
my
look
hair
good.
out. I wish. That's wishful thinking. Grow my
That-
hair out.
that
Topple,
ship
you gonna
is
grow your hair
sailed.
out too?
I would have the horseshoe.
Let's
No, it doesn't have to be top. You just
He
you
literally
grease it
meant
over
the
the top.
hair.
let's
Just a
grow
lot
our
of
hair
hair.
out, Topple.
Yeah, but you grow the sides out until it's long enough, and then you grease
The
it.
sides
over
are a problem. I just shaved them today though because I was like, because that's what happens. It gets thick here and it shows off how bald this is. Even worse.
Right. It looks good. I mean, you guys.
But do you
both
really
rock
wear
it.
a hat that much though when you're out?
I
wear
wear a hat a lot. I got a lot of hats.
Yeah, I wear a hat everywhere I go. So
I don't
Like
always
how many
wear a
days
hat.
is it in between hot and burning your head or too cold? Like there's like what where I live, there's like 4 days a year like that.
what do you mean?
Either I'm gonna get a sunburn on my head, so I need to wear a hat, or it's too cold, so I need something to keep my head warm. There's no.
I don't get burned, and it keeps the heat in. If I get burned once a year. The skin falls off, and then I'm good for the rest of the summer.
No way, dude. I can't. It doesn't.
Well, you're
You
fair.
want to avoid that, though.
Yeah, I
That's
get-
still
I
causing
don't
skin damage.
I've only got burnt a couple times in my life.
You look. Aphid looks like he's got some decent skin tone.
Yeah, I get dark, man.
It's
I
a
mean,
real darky.
Topple's Philly tan is definitely showing. I don't have
I
much.
work on the roof a lot and during the summer on rooftop units. I'm always in the sun.
Okay.
Do you wear sunblock?
I do now since I got older. I do.
He wears a turban.
I wear what's 20 SPF or whatever the hell it is.
Banana
It's
boat, coconut
Great,
oil,
but it's something.
baby oil.
No, I don't do that. My wife used to do that. She used to lay out with baby oil on. I'm like, you're crazy.
Dude, I love it. I love it. As soon as I smell it, I'm like, today's gonna be great.
Well, your wife does that?
She mostly uses the sunboat, the coconut stuff.
Yeah.
and has
Okay.
like that-
Okay.
Dude, as soon as I smell that, it's a great day.
Wow.
I hate winter. Fucking hate it.
Interesting.
What's your weather right now, though?
It's rainy and cold. It's probably, I'm guessing, very low 50s or high 40s. I have to check.
Okay. Yeah, it's high 40s here. I just want to move where I don't have to worry about. Well, I guess it's
Apparently, that's not Florida, New
Sure.
Orleans anymore. So where are you going? California?
I don't know. Maybe Cuba.
All right, rock on.
Cuba.
They're definitely looking for people
Wow,
that don't ever
that's
shoot guns.
extreme.
That's
Yikes.
extreme.
Yeah.
I can't live in in Jamaica.
Cuba's
Did you already
communist,
get kicked
bro.
out of Jamaica?
No, I never got kicked out of a country yet.
You
Okay.
want to move to a communist country?
Who says they're communists?
I do.
They do.
He lives
They're
in
not-
Philadelphia. He's already in training.
I-
Their thing.
I'm in Philly.
They're
ready
a
for
communist country.
You're right.
They probably have
I'm
a
not
better healthcare
inventing it.
system than
It's
we
not
do.
like my own invention here.
It's conspiracy theory.
It's a fact.
Yes.
There's only one political party allowed in Cuba. Do you know what its first name is?
Does it start with third?
Right?
Communist. And its
Oh.
last name is party.
It's communist really that bad though?
Well,
I
why
hear
don't you
they have
go there and
nice
find out?
If you're on top, is it really that bad though?
What do you mean? Like, is it
the
like a
leader.
normal-
In the kitchen? You mean?
Well, I mean, eventually there'll be a revolt where all the citizens might,
Oh,
give you the old Benito Mussolini treatment where they hang you, upside down in the town square and smash the hell out of your head. But up until that point, yes, I suppose as a communist dictator, you can maintain the peace. But eventually it will falter
oh, North Korea's been going strong for a long time.
Yeah, they're
through fear.
What's that?
totally.
Fear is the reason.
That's a great, great country, huh?
Wait. What's your news source for that information?
Who?
You, Toffel.
About what though?
North Korea's well-being. I'm just curious.
No, not well-being. I'm saying he's been that family's been rolling for how many decades,
Oh,
and there's
I
not
don't
been
know.
no revolt.
I don't know.
Not
I definitely know I don't want to be a brother or a sister.
Yeah,
Sisters-
they only had to shut off their people from the entire world.
I wonder how long that can last for though.
It's
I don't know,
really
as long
too
as they're-
bad the
as long as they're
CIA
good,
isn't
somebody.
allowed to, finish off people anymore because that family would be a great candidate for it.
Whoa! You
I-
trying to cause a war with North Korea? They got nukes now.
Well,
I mean, they are one of our primary adversaries.
I'd say they're like one of our primary nuisances. Like,
You don't fear them?
no, I don't fear them.
Do you think they could do something to South Korea?
I think they could screw with people around them, but
Yeah.
if they tried to screw with America, it's not going to end well.
But those are our
So-
allies.
I feel bad for anybody that gets hurt by them, but I'm pretty sure that it would be quickly over.
Hmm.
I don't know. I think that if North Korea did something heinous and they were made an example of, I don't think many people would be like, "You monsters, you got rid of those assholes." Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
How China would feel.
I don't care about how they feel.
I mean, I have no doubt that you're right. Like, we probably have at least two nuke subs within
Just-
striking distance at all time for that country, like forever.
But
They
what
will
are you
never
aiming
be.
at?
Huh?
What are you aiming at?
Well, North
Uh,
Korea is what
well,
I'm saying.
I
Kim
mean,
Jong Un's balls.
do you
He's
think
probably
he's
already got testicle
in a
tags.
palace? You always think he's in a palace?
Well, no, but I think that the threat of our, utter destruction is probably part of the thing that keeps them in line.
I would
Mhm.
think that they're in check, even if it's just South Korea that's got it sitting, pointing at them.
Well, Trump's his buddy anyway, so we're on good terms with them.
Oh yeah. Good here. What do you guys think about the tariffs that are kicking in tomorrow? My old roommate from high school is like, "Hey, dude, you want anything from Temu? Today's the last day to get it cheap." I was like, "I'm happy for it to be gone, man. Let's do it."
Wait. What tariffs? Where at?
Chinese tariffs are supposed to kick in tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll see.
I don't like it.
And Mexico and Canada.
What? That go through?
Yeah, starting
Yeah,
tomorrow.
all of it did.
Canada?
Yeah.
I don't like
I
it.
know.
That's
Curious
not.
to see if Scum says anything.
Yeah, prices are going to go up everywhere.
Canada's threatened to remove all American beers off their shelves.
Alcohol.
Oh
I-
no!
It's horrible.
Oh
beer.
no!
Do you even have good beer?
Anyway,
Well, they're talking like Jack Daniels and
Oh,
all
distillery stuff.
everything.
dude, their people are
really.
gonna cry out when that happens.
Hey, Last Dance, you still up?
I don't.
Yeah, I'm still up.
All right.
I don't
What do
think
you
they're.
think about this? What do you think about this thing they're coming up with?
He's a Trump
Uh,
fan. He loves it.
I'm very concerned that it's going to make everything more expensive.
You still got money in stocks, or are you so retired now that you don't even care?
I have a little money in stocks to just for the fun of watching it, not
Enron.
not money that matters.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I'm worried it'll make things more expensive, and I'm hopeful that it somehow will result in more jobs for Americans in the end. Although I'm kind of skeptical. But who knows? I don't really. Nobody really knows what will happen. The previous tariffs regimes, didn't work too well.
Mm-mm.
What imports though from Mexico, Canada, and China are the biggest that you can think of? I would think vehicles from Canada and Mexico,
Mhm.
and China just a bunch of shit.
Well, I think all those
Well,
vehicles that are made in Mexico or Canada are made by U.S. companies.
What about
So that's
raw
not a tariff?
material?
They're not. I don't know if those are subject to tariffs. If a Ford made in Canada or Mexico, I don't know that it's going to be subject to those tariffs.
I
Okay.
don't know about that. I
Oh,
think like seat any parts and stuff. I don't know. I could be
I
wrong.
could be. I don't know. We really don't know either.
If it
'Cause
didn't,
it's not-
if they didn't tariff it, would the
we're
countries
getting we're
wouldn't-
getting those products from a company that exists.
Yeah.
Like there's companies around here that, because we have a GM plant, and it's a totally separate company from GM. It's a different name, different everything, and they make the seats, and the seats
Oh.
are then sold to.
Yeah.
So it'd just be like anything else.
I don't really know.
So
So-
if it isn't, then cars are going to go up in price, which they're already astronomically expensive.
yep.
Therefore, used vehicles are going to go up again, like they did at COVID.
Well, that was for microchips, I think. Wasn't that what the issue was?
For the COVID
No,
part
that
of it?
was brand new cars. That was brand new cars. My bad. No.
Yeah, no, it was supply and demand issues.
Yeah, supply and demand. Yeah. That pissed
And
me
then-
off. I was at the grocery store. I should have got maple syrup today. Now it's gonna be
Oh,
like
there you go.
50 cents tomorrow.
That's true though. That's stuff like that that people aren't really paying attention to. That's going to be like, oh my god, $20 for maple syrup.
Well, fucking honey's so expensive, and it's fucking here. You get honey
You
here.
should be able, yeah, you should be able to get local for a decent price.
Well,
Yeah,
it's not like
Farmers markets.
it's not like everybody. There's been times in our lifetimes that everybody knew somebody that couldn't find a job. That's not happening right now. So that's going to be a tougher pill to swallow, because if you add more jobs, it's not going to really affect the normal person.
Exactly.
I don't understand.
Well, we don't have our unemployment is our employment rate is so there's not people waiting to get jobs, and where there has been in history. So this whole claim that we're gonna bring more jobs back, why does that matter? You know what I'm saying?
Well, in my mind, it would be
Skilled
better
jobs.
jobs. Yeah, like so instead of working at McDonald's, you could work at I don't know.
Nobody's
other
working.
factory.
Nobody's working at McDonald's now, and we still have a low unemployment rate.
McDonald's sucks.
Nobody's. Yeah, they can't find somebody to work at McDonald's or
Well, you replace them with the
work those jobs.
rings.
I mean, we're gonna have a lot of shit jobs that nobody wants empty, because those people are gonna get shipped back to the country where they came from.
That's not how it works, but
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I don't see how it. What do you mean? What did I say that wasn't true?
Jobs, it's a market, and when there's fewer applicants, the wages are bid up. But
To a degree.
it's not. There's the idea that nobody's going to take this job is not supported.
What do you mean? I mean, you're saying that people want to work at these places that can't hire? Do you know anybody that's trying to get somebody to work for them? They can't find anybody to work for them.
They'll have to offer better wages to get people to work for them.
So how
But
does
if
that
they-
work?
if they
How does that
can't,
work
though?
for us, the consumer?
That means they raise the prices.
It means the cost of labor it goes up. So
The cost of labor just don't go up without affecting something else.
the
The
prices
profit of the
prices
company would
typically
have to
go
go
up.
down.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that that nobody will take the job. That's the whole point, is that you reduce the labor pool, which causes the wages to go up and
But
prices.
what I
to
don't
go up.
understand though is
Right.
the line, because it can only go up to a point where the company will go out of business basically because it can't pay them that much. So there's going to be some folding going on for anything that's not wanted, or anything that people don't actually want to pay a lot of money for. It's just going to fold.
Right. There's already that problem. You see empty Jack in the Boxes all over the place here because
But I'm
nobody would
okay
work
with
at
that.
Jack in the Box.
I'm okay with
Well,
that.
you mean yeah, that's true. Some businesses can not get employees at a wage where they can make a profit, so they'll have to. Well, first they'll raise prices, and then if they can't make ends meet, they'll go out of business. That's how it is. Businesses go out of business.
Maybe.
Lose the consumer, and then out of business.
I'm curious to see what I think I can see with RFK in, if he's in, with wages having to go up and the cost of fast food having to go up and all that whole snowball effect. I can see a lot of fast food chains shutting down.
You know what else will go up? Inflation will go sky high.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because prices will go up. Wages will go up, which is good on one hand, but it also fuels spending, which fuels inflation. So, yeah, it's a delicate balance to walk. Don't believe someone when they say we're going to have low inflation, we're going to shrink the labor market so wages get higher. You know, it's one of those pick two or maybe pick one.
It's robbing Peter to pay Peter. It makes no sense.
Oh, fuck. All right. Well, I'm going to take off. You guys have a great week.
Peace,
All
buddy.
right. Don't shoot any guns, Tupple.
Thanks for coming by.
I'm going to start protesting them. You guys have a good week. Later.
See you, man.
Take it easy.
It's been a really good pub. What do you guys think?
It's up to you, man. You're a host.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm
along
a
for the
little
ride.
tired, I have to admit, but I started out tired.
I did too.
Is there any thoughts that you haven't felt like you covered?
Not me. No, I'm thought free.
Okay.
I'm in music mode. I'm gonna head over and just get a little.
Before we say goodbye, I want to say hello to Aphid because I just never got around to it.
Oh, thanks.
Oh,
Lance.
look at that.
Yeah, I had
What
to
a
sit in the back.
sweet
Sit in the
guy.
back screen for like 10 minutes because nobody was around to let me in.
Well, I was urinating. And apparently, Last Dance was not.
I was off somewhere else.
Yes.
He was playing with his noodle.
Yeah, there it is. I'm always
What
doing that. Right now I'm doing that.
What do you guys think? Like, what do you think about everything? Everything on the up and up?
Yeah, whatever that means.
For our
Well,
nation.
I mean, some people are freaking out about the presidency.
Oh, it's the same shit we always hear. Well, you know, a lot of this is just wait and see. If you believe that everything is going to come up roses, you're crazy.
I could have
If you
swore
believe-
the whole nation had changed and people are going to embrace Trump this time around.
What makes you think that?
Well, I just heard people thinking that.
If our nation is actually following the rules that we've set up and we have if our justice system's actually going to push that, I'm cool with that.
Well
I
played.
think a lot of his plans are super and long overdue, and I'm very much glad to see them.
Super.
Yes,
Exciting.
exceptional, great.
How
You
long
look like
from
you have
today
your
do you
halo
think
on,
until you see a benefit?
What's
Are
that?
we already seeing benefit, or how long from now until we see the good or
What
the
do you mean
bad?
by
outcome?
benefit? Like, I
don't
mean,
know. I guess
what
I
does it
don't. I don't.
mean? What's the benefit of removing DEI from the federal government? I
I
mean,
guess we save a lot of money.
it's often, a lot of it is illegal, so it's just an important moral victory to do that. I don't. In the long run, yeah, it will save some money, not tons, but it will save some money, and it will, reduce the kind of identity based nature of thinking. But is that going to lower prices, or airplanes are not going to crash, or any of that crap? No, I mean that's not in the short term.
Well, I've been thinking the short and the long term. If people are actually going to be put in positions based on merit, and that's like a solid standard,
Mostly
it just
people
makes
are
sense.
put in positions on merit, even today, even in the presence of DEI.
That's good.
No business, no
That's good.
business wants to hire someone who can't do the job, even if they meet a DEI requirement. You still don't want. It's still your ass that's going to come up in the year end profit and loss numbers. It's you're going to, if you're hiring people who are unqualified, you're going to look like a loser, and you're not going to get promoted. So
If people are forced to do that, though, then they have to take whatever they can fill in that slot. That's where I would figure it to be the problem.
yes, it's a problem in many ways, but it's not like an existential problem where businesses are doomed with it, and they'll be in paradise with DEI gone. It just removes one more impediment to businesses concentrating on their business, as opposed to some progressive uh, idiot's idea of equality.
But what about? So I mean, that's
Wait, I'm leaving before you keep going.
No,
okay.
you got to hang
See
around
you-
here. I got to
see you
drone
at
on for another
Smokesteve.
hour. Take it easy, Aphid Lip.
Yeah,
Good seeing you.
sorry for droning myself. I guess I'm just curious if we're about to slap tariffs on. It's not like a moral based thing like the DEI thing. Getting rid of genders down to two. Those types of changes. It's a business shift change for the America.
I
And I
mean, what
guess I'm curious how long from tomorrow, if tomorrow it kicks in, how long until we see the positive or negative net from
of
that choice
tariffs?
of the
Oh,
tariff?
I think the negative you'll see right away. The positive will take a long time.
Like 4 years?
It depends on which businesses we're talking about, but for many of them, yes.
Okay. I'm just expecting to see people go out of business. Like that's what I'm expecting. But then in that dropout of corporations, other ones will rise up like in the natural give and take.
Yeah, I mean, Trump sometimes makes these tariffs sound like a negotiating tactic, that he's going to slap them on, and he doesn't expect them to remain on. He expects them to be a bargaining position with these countries to reach an agreement that will, equalize the balance of trade to some degree.
I mean, it worked for that country that didn't want to take their illegals back.
Yeah, but that was an extremely heavy sanction. That was kind of, you know, all
Punishment.
in there with those sanctions, and so that was a very heavy uh, hammer to hit Colombia with.
So
So
the
they
other tariffs are light enough tariffs that it's going to hurt them just enough, long enough, so that they want to make a new deal.
It does, yeah, I think so. That's the Trump idea.
Okay.
They're much lighter than the ones against Colombia.
I mean, it's definitely a gamble. You have to play your cards perfectly so that your nation gains and the other one loses enough so that they'll give first.
Yeah, it is a gamble, and uh, I don't know. I, See, I don't have enough knowledge of exactly what the balance of trade is, and what the causes for the imbalance are. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if countries like Canada and Mexico basically basically steal our lunch because that's just what we're known for. I know Canada forces U.S. drug companies to pay lower prices, or they won't buy anything from them.
Right.
And the only reason these drug companies are willing to do it is because they make so much profit in the U.S. market. So in some sense, that's Canada stealing from us to reduce their prices for drugs, for example.
What is it that America is offering China? I mean, is it pharmaceutical drugs? Is it just money?
What do you mean offering?
Like, what is the trade deal? What is the trade balance with China? Like, we're getting
Yeah,
a bunch of crap.
good
And they're
question.
just getting money.
I don't know you mean. Like, what could China do to
What do we
fix it?
give them that they'd want to keep getting from us besides
Nothing.
money? Yeah.
They already make everything we used to make, and they make it for less.
Right.
So I don't know what we're going to trade with them.
We just stop giving them money, basically. And that seems like a strange gamble, but if we actually had something that we're dependent upon, like petroleum or whatever, it would be a different story.
Well, I'm not very bullish on the tariffs.
I'm curious to see what happens by Monday. I think we're going to have something to talk about, but I'm happy to digress because we're losing Steve. So
yeah,
I'm going to say thanks for hanging out. It's good talking to you, Dan.
All right. Take it easy.
See you, Steve.
I think I better end the pub. I don't know if he's going to wake up to do it.
All right. Later, buddy.
All right. Take it easy. See you next week. All right, everybody. Let me go and give Smokesteve a break there. And thank everybody for showing up. And have a great weekend and a great week. And hopefully we will see everybody here. I expect next Saturday at 7:30 Eastern Time. All right. Take care and good night.